All right. Check, check. Mic check. Camera check. Are we here? Are we live? I think we are. Cool. All right. Welcome, everybody. It is about 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Early bird gets the worm. We'll get our live stream started here, get into some pre-market analysis. I didn't have time to do the pre-market for the members area, so we'll go ahead and just do it here. Thanks for the like. Probably Steven, you're a good man. If you're not Steven, you're another good man. Thank you for the like. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the analysis here on the daily chart here to the far right, weekly chart in the middle, and the monthly chart to the far left. And we want to just get a sense of what's going on for today, what to expect. This is how we have such a high level of accuracy in reading the charts, because we do a pretty good job of laying the foundation heading into each day. So using the daily chart on the E-mini S&P 500 right now, we need to ask ourselves, what's going on? Well, we're expecting congestion exit to the downside, right? But today we're seeing a pullback, a push back up. Where do I expect resistance to be today? Well, we still got a lot of resistance up into this 4,800 level, because that's where the weekly resistance level is so far this week. And I do expect there to be resistance up in this pocket. With that said, you've got to be careful, because yesterday at the close, you had a massive buying surge, right? You see how during the day yesterday, we were pushing these lows down here below 47.60 and ultimately closed right at the true average. And now we're attempting to push higher. So how high can we go today? It's really anybody's guess. I mean, sometimes it'll go higher than you think, and it'll set up, the move for the next big wave down like this. You just don't know. So I think today is a day to exercise caution. I expect a choppy day, but I've adjusted the strategy now, because we've seen a lot of choppy days, and I do think we're going to see a lot more volatility in the coming months as things get a bit crazy with, the Fed is fighting inflation and an economy that's heading into recession. So they need to keep rates high to keep inflation down, but they need to lower rates to keep the economy from going into the toilet. And that's going to make things in the stock market, the bond market, the metals, things are going to get crazy, as we can already see here at the start of 2024. So this is what we need to be prepared for. And as a result, I was up quite late last night, actually, just looking at the strategy. The overall approach in the last couple of days, we've done pretty well. But to be honest, yesterday, for example, should have made a lot more money. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that when we get into the intraday charts. So that'll be pretty exciting. So we'll get to that in a second. It's just going to I'm going to be more aggressive in my opportunities with this volatility. It'll make sense when I'm explaining the intraday charts. But basically, what I've been looking for, my typical way to trade is if I expect the daily chart here to exit congestion to the downside, I'm looking to play, pops. I'm looking to play shorts, right? Because I'm looking for the big energy to pop to the downside. But what we've been seeing so far, and I think this is going to continue, is, here you see pushing down. Oh, we get sucked back up, another, inside day, a lot of volatility, right? That was Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so that doesn't really count. But here, we're pushing down. Oh, we suck back up. We're pushing down. Oh, we suck back up. So there's really good opportunities on both sides of the market, even if the overarching analysis is suggesting that we are going to go down. There's still great opportunities to go long, especially on the indices, right? Yesterday with the metals, I wouldn't have touched the long side, and we nailed the short side for all four of the major metals: gold, silver, copper, platinum. So, but for the indices, we need to be a little bit more aggressive from both sides of the aisle. So today we're going to do that. I'm excited about that. So ES, let's count on a volatile day. We can look for good shorts and good longs, but again, in key areas, using OMA first and foremost, using the volume profile, all the tools at our disposal. So that's what we're going to be doing. Check something here. Good. All right, let's get into the NASDAQ. Remember, we're not doing our first check until 8 a.m. So this is just the foundational work to prepare for each check that we're doing, so we're aware of what we want to do. All right, so the NASDAQ, you can see same thing, even more pronounced than the ES, sucking up yesterday, now picking up the true average, pushing higher. So the NASDAQ may want to squeeze you know, up to that extension today. We could see a major squeeze today because a lot of shorts might be stuck right now. We might be squeezing higher. So the bottom line is we were looking for congestion exit down, right? We read it. We read the market very well yesterday during the day, very well. And I expect to do the same again today, regardless of what's happening here. This is just giving the overarching, you know, idea of what we expect to happen. But you can see we were looking for congestion exit down through that support, ended up trying, ultimately failing, sucking back up. Now the shorts could get squeezed, and we're probably headed for those highs and maybe even these extensions up here. When you see a bunch of them like this, they tend to act like a magnet. So I would say with the NASDAQ, you know, we got to be careful. I'm not going to heavily bet on one side or the other today for ES or NQ, which means we can be equally aggressive from the short side and the long side, as long as we've got really good levels to lean against. So that's very important. Let's look at the Dow. Dow and the Russell still looking a lot weaker, which is, you know, really interesting. We're getting quite a divergence now between the NASDAQ and the Dow, and we'll look at the Russell here in a second. Dow looks a lot weaker. So, you know, if we were to pop up here on the Dow, that would be a great spot to get short inside this live pocket because we are actually trending down on the Dow. So the Dow, you know, the NASDAQ and the S&P, I'm a little more willing to play the long side if we see good setups. On the Dow, probably still just going to, you know, favor the short side and just wait for something good up in here somewhere. We'll see. I don't really trade the Dow that often, but if it sets up something good, we'll trade it. Here's the Russell. So the Russell is pushing higher while the Dow is pushing lower, and you know, so you can see we got to. This is where I think there's just going to be a lot of cross currents and volatility here. Sorry, I got something in my throat. You guys will just have to bear with me here. So the Russell too, I think it's going to be pretty darn volatile today. I'm favoring the short side up into this pocket for sure, but you know, the Russell and the Dow, I'm going to still favor more the short side, but ES and NQ, there's just more cross currents there, so I'm open to the longs as well. Let's go ahead and look at the bond complex. We'll look at the 10-year, get a sense of what rates are doing. Yeah, bonds are, you know, looking nice and weak. Overall, I think bonds are going to continue to head down, so definitely want to favor the short side for bonds as rates continue to push higher. But yeah, again, if I see something fantastic on the long side or the short side, I'm just going to be more aggressive from both sides now, even if it's not fully in line with what I'm expecting longer term, daily, weekly, monthly. Now, that doesn't necessarily matter. If you've got a good, you know, a really strong, let's say you're bearish overall, and, you know, so far we're correct, right? Bonds are dropping. But if, you know, that doesn't mean the bonds can't rally, you know, a full handle sometimes during the day, which for one contract, that's $1,000, right? So when I see opportunities like that, I'm just going to stop saying to myself, well, I'm short biased overall, I'm not going to take this long. No, this is day trading, and we're going to get more aggressive from both sides. So let's look at the 30-year. And also the 30 years looking weak. So bonds are looking weak. Just keep that in mind. I mean, the short side is the side you want to, you know, be more aggressive on, and you know, perhaps let those shorts that work out, maybe give them the opportunity to run a little longer, right? And on something like the bonds, be a bit more careful from the long side. This is all going to make more sense when we get into the intraday charts, and I show you, you know, what I sort of went over last night regarding the indices and why I'm just going to be a little more aggressive from both sides. But 30 years looking very weak. I mean, certainly anywhere up here around the near high, you know, would be a great spot to get short the 30-year, 121.15, anywhere up there. All the analysis from the beginning of the week is still the same, you know, so that's why I haven't updated the members area, because there's nothing to update. This is just, you know, the weekly forecast is intact. You know, everything's kind of doing what we thought it would do. Sure, ES and NQ are fighting their congestion exit to the downside a little bit more, but the energy overall is still very heavy on the top side. So here's the ultra bond looking very weak as well, and you guys can see the volume profile here, right? So you see, this is a really important thing. I don't talk about these things that much because I only have so much time. We're going through so many markets. But you see, this is the composite, right? So you see how this volume sticks out here, right? This volume sticks out here. And now you see, as we went lower here and closed on the low, see all this volume the volume's punching out further, right? You see how it's increasing, and that volume is increasing as we're heading lower, right? So that means that the volume is selling volume, more aggressive selling and we're getting more content with lower prices. So the market is accepting lower prices, and I think the market is going to accept a lot lower prices for bonds. So you can see the volume profile is showing that. So that's a nice thing to see. So you can see here on the monthly, I do think by the end of the month, we're headed down to the middle of the moving average envelope here. You know, the weekly this week, how far are we going to go this week? I don't know. We got today and tomorrow. We could just totally fall out of bed, or it may stabilize and set up the drop for next week. Either way, bonds are heavy, rates are up. You know, that's going to weigh on the stock market. It's going to continue to cause these really volatile cross currents. All right. And you always got to look at your trading and your results and your performance in lieu of the market that you're trading. What's happening? My results are, X, but, under what conditions? That's what's really important. And, right now the conditions have been, quite volatile, choppy, and I'm happy with how we're doing it. And with that said, we're still underperforming with what we should expect to perform with OMA. It's just so accurate. It doesn't really matter what the market's doing. It's very, very accurate because of the way it's logically constructed. All right, so let's look at gold here. Yeah, I mean, gold, you can see see guys, the composite is a little different here. It's kind of light gray here, but you see how gold, the volume is not really, the volume is here, and here's the gold composite out here, right? So you see how we're not stretching the composite out, meaning gold may rally today, back up to this high volume node, because that was the last major point of acceptance, right? We haven't really accepted these lower prices yet. So gold looks, maybe, I'm going to be careful with gold, obviously, because the monthly is down. The quarterly is way down. The weekly is down. So you got to be careful, but that doesn't mean that we won't see a bounce today. We might, but I'm going to expect, high volume node up in here, 2030, which is right into the live pocket for OMA. That should be, quite a lot of resistance. We'll see. And then for now, there's some support here. But I think I'm going to treat gold, gold and bonds especially are in the same family big time. Bonds look very weak. The metals continue to look weak. So those are the ones we should really continue to focus on primarily from the short side. So when I say I'm going to be more aggressive from the long and the short side, that's just more on ES and NQ. And again, I'm going to get into the specifics here in the morning, in a moment. Only slept about 6 hours last night, but at least it was a relatively deep 6 hours. The snow cloud didn't wake me up. We've got less snow. That's nice. So happy about that. Feeling tired, but better than yesterday. All right, let's look at silver. And it loads here. So silver, you see silver's got the same volume profile as bonds. You've got the profile coming out here, meaning we're accepting these lower prices, and that makes sense. It's sticking out further than here and further than here. So we're accepting lower. Weekly, monthly, quarterly on silver looks very bearish. So funny, like every single YouTube channel. And I love gold and silver, physical gold and silver. I really do. They're fantastic, right? But I just love how all these YouTube channels, it's like, like everything's going to crash. Gold and silver are going to the moon. It's like, yeah, at some point that's going to happen. What good does it do me on a daily basis when I hear this for the last 15 years that, gold is going to the moon, and silver too. They will, but right now they're going down and we're going to sell them. So you got a lot of resistance up in here on silver around the 23 area. So silver going to be, focusing on the short side as well. Copper as well. Great trade on a couple of trades on copper yesterday. Could have held them a bit longer, but that's fine. Got some out of it. Happy about that. And copper is going to continue to look weak, so we'll continue to look for the short side. Daily trending down, looking healthy. Weekly trending down, looking healthy. Monthly for copper, I mean, we could end up down at 3.6 by the end of the month, and that means we're only halfway there, right? We could have a long way to go. Quarterly looks very bearish. So let's look at platinum. Platinum is seeing a little bit of a bounce here today, and I can understand why. Again, look at all these extensions just kind of lined up here. That's a lot of support. So, but I do think platinum, again, this is going to be, I think we may see one of these. You see when this happened here on platinum, it shot up into the pocket and got slammed down. I think we could see something similar up in here today around 910. So keep an eye on that for platinum. I like the fact that it's rallying because it should set up a good short. Let's look at crude. Crude continues to be an absolute mess. Just super volatile. You've got different areas of acceptance. After I took that one loss on crude on Friday, I'm like, I'm staying away from this market until it decides to do what it's going to do. Because right now it's just, you can just see, like, punches higher, close on the lows, right? Punches lower here, closes on the highs. Here, punches higher, closes on the lows. Punches lower, closes on the highs. I mean, that is not only volatile, but tough volatile. You can see the patterns there. Just difficult trading here in crude, so not going to do a whole lot with that today. Again, we'll check it, but it's got to be something absolutely spectacular happening on crude that goes, wow, we should take this trade. And absolutely not. I think there's going to be enough opportunities now. I mean, the main markets are stocks, bonds, and metals, right? Those are the main markets. They're liquid. They give plenty of opportunities, especially when we're going to be a little bit more aggressive. While we're waiting for other trades, I'm going to be more aggressive trading ES and NQ from both sides because there's just no reason not to with the intraday charts. So here's nat gas, also looking weak, but again, that's one that, if I've got nothing else. So I'm not even going to cover the ags and the currencies right now, because I don't really trade these very much. Bitcoin, Ethereum continue to be, they look weak, but they're just stuck in this little range. So, I'll check them during the day, but not really the main focus point. So that will be Bitcoin. Yeah, let's just quickly finish off with the euro against the dollar. So here's the euro US. This is looking pretty weak. I think you just, looking a lot like metals and bonds. You're heading down on the monthly, down on the weekly, and the daily here is just pulling back. I think you're going to continue to see a lot of resistance here into 0920, anywhere up in here. And how low we're going to push today, it's anybody's guess. I mean, that really depends on bonds. But there is a bit of a fear trade right now with bonds selling off and the dollar getting stronger. But we're not, I mean, if gold starts to really rally while we see, and then bonds maybe stabilize while the dollar's getting stronger, that would be the real fear trade. But that hasn't happened yet. So this is just, as would be expected with a stronger dollar, stronger bonds, rising rates, and weaker metals. Sorry, did I say strong? I meant weaker bonds, rising rates, weaker metals. And then the indices are just stuck between all this, right? So that is where we're at. And I think that's just, it's always good to just every day, you just, look at what happened the day before, where are we, what's going on, kind of centers you for the current day. So we know exactly, what we're looking for today. All right, so let's go to the intraday charts. I'm going to show you a little bit of a change here. And the change we've got here is that we've got, we've got the 15-minute chart now to the right? We've got the hourly in the middle, which is our focus, the hourly. And now I've just added the 4-hourly here because this is what I've noticed. This is copper, but let's just go to NQ. I'm going to show you guys something from yesterday. It was pretty cool. So, NQ I could see yesterday on the hourly here. That we had a lot of support because on the hourly, we were just, even though we were collapsing, there was a strong daily support trend line right here. You have that hourly extension. You got a 2-bar push. I mean, you got a lot of support here on the hourly, but sometimes those can be scary trades to go long if you think the daily and the weekly energy could be down, which it is right now. You're looking at that hourly going, yeah, well, there could be some support there, but gosh, that looks kind of scary. Well, when you look at the 4-hourly, which I wasn't yesterday, but this is why we're going to have it now. I mean, look at this 4-hour. Just, I mean, this is a perfect exhaust. Absolutely perfect exhaust. The odds of this following through with another one of these are not good at all. The odds of it picking up support and reversing, especially when you got the 4-hour looking like this, the hourly looking like this, and then when you use the 15 for confirmation. I mean, these are the situations where if I see them, I'm not going to hesitate to pull the trigger on the long side. And these are also incidentally opportunities where, if you're just using the basics of the analysis that I'm providing throughout the stream, if you're a scalper or whatever kind of trader you are, if you just trade in the general direction, that we're pretty confident we're heading when I call it out, it's probably going to increase your win rate big time. Because, putting on specific trades is one thing, but just knowing where we are and knowing where the good levels are and knowing where the good, where the direction, are we most likely to head higher or lower from a specific support or resistance level? That's all very important information that you guys can use to your advantage while, we're streaming here. So I'm waiting for trades that I take, based on my, knowledge and strategies and, risk tolerance and all that kind of stuff. But the analysis, I mean, it's incredibly solid. So you guys can use that analysis to, help your own trading strategies, whatever those strategies are. All right. So I hope that makes sense. Let me know if we've got any questions or anything like that. And we will get ready for the 8 o'clock. Remember, the hourly is the focus here in the middle. And I've got the volume profiles and everything else on these other screens. So, all right. So for the 8 o'clock hour, by the way, I did check. I checked late last. I don't think we have any crazy news today. I checked late last night before I went to bed. I was going to go to bed early, but I got sidetracked and got busy doing it. So we got building permits at 8:30. Big announcement. Housing starts. Lagarde is speaking at 10:15, guys. So let's expect volatility. These central bankers just won't shut up. They got to justify their, $500,000 $1 million salaries somehow. So they just schedule speeches all the time. So we've got Lagarde now speaking today at 10:15. What else do we have? We've got natural gas and crude oil number coming out. So the crude oil stocks is at 11. Natural gas is 10:30. So I'm going to leave this calendar up so we don't lose track. Oh, Fed Bostic is speaking at 11:30. Good. Another speaker. So just kind of a mixed bag, but some stuff today going on the calendar. We'll try to remember that, but we're really focused on the patterns here, because usually when you pick the pattern right, you will, if an announcement comes out and you're already in a trade, if you've got a good shot at winning the trade, if you were patient and you waited for a good pattern to set up. Like yesterday, I'll give you a really good example here on ultra bonds. This was after we were done streaming, but the last stream I did, I think it was like 5 minutes. I was going to stream a bit more and I was just too tired, and I said, I'm not streaming anymore. But I told you guys to look out for bonds in this level here, the 120. I was looking to short 127.16, I think it was. Where was it? Yeah, right here. Oh, no, was that? No, that was later. Here. That hourly close right here. I had an order to short right here. When I was done streaming with you guys, I set my order here, short at 127.16. But I forgot there was a 20-year bond auction, and this was the 1 o'clock p.m. close, and that 20-year bond auction was right at 1 o'clock. So I put my order in, and then this thing literally in a matter of a half a second just dropped straight down, and then it kind of like hung up here a little bit. But so anyways, I didn't get filled on that, but that would have been nice. So that just goes to show you that even if some news comes out, I mean, if you've patiently waited for the right spot anyways, you still got a pretty good shot at winning the trade. So you just don't want to be in a trade with, a Fed announcement or non-farm payrolls where it can, or CPI where it can go, you can be right, but it can shake you out both directions. And I think more and more people are trying to game the system by putting trades on both sides of the market. And what you'll see is the algos will take advantage of that. They'll go run stops on both sides of the market. And we're seeing, a lot of that. So keep that in mind as well. All right. Get some water and then we'll do our 8 o'clock check. We got 8 minutes. So the main markets, guys, stocks, bonds, metals, those are the focus every day. And I'm going to pay a little bit less attention to, I don't really look at the ags and things like that much anyways, but those will get going when they start planting in March anyways. And right now we got plenty of volatility on the other stuff. So let's look at hourlies one. Hey, Steven. Yeah, copper is going to be great to short as well. Same game plan as yesterday, for sure. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah, that I was, I was a little bummed. I was like, oh, well, it sucked. My order was like, this has happened recently. There's probably been 3 or 4 trades where my order's just been right there. So I got to be more aggressive. That's the bottom line. Like where the analysis is too good, the reads are too good, so we've got to be very aggressive. All right, so let's look here at ES for the hourly. I don't see anything here I want to take. And from now on, you know, I'm going to try and just spend less time talking about when I don't want to take something and more time when I do want to take something. I'm not interested in that. You know, the Dow, I think we do have the, this 4 o'clock is going to close now as well. Let's just see. I think so. It's been a while since I used the 4-hour chart, but I believe it'll close at 8. So you can see you've got some support here on the Dow. I mean, but I'm not gonna. The Dow is one I'm not messing with today from the long side. Although this is a bit of a long pattern here, so I could see the check something real. Oh, I gotta bring this forward. No, it's not a long pattern. Scratch that. I was again Sierra charts. I love Sierra charts, but they confuse me sometimes when I'm back and I forget I'm back. All right, so Dow, we're not doing anything here, even though you could have some support on the 4-hourly, but not messing with that. Let's look at the Russell, because Russell and Dow are going to still, you know, be more likely to try and short. Increasing my screen. I had to lighten my screen up. Forgot how to say that. I got Swedish in my head. All right, so the Russell here, you got to ask ourselves, is that an hourly pattern right there? Not particularly one that I'm interested in, but I can definitely see that the 4-hourly might be setting up for some resistance up here. So this 4-hourly will help us be more aggressive hour by hour. Does that make sense to you, Stephen? By having that 4-hour, like yesterday, there were a couple of longs I saw on the NASDAQ, and I was like, I don't really want to go long against the daily and the weekly. But in that moment, those hourly long patterns were valid, especially when you had the 4-hourly confirming. So that's why we're going to have the 4 hours, so we can just get a bit more aggressive. But still smart aggressive. So quickly again, we got 4 minutes, just loading. ES hourly here, no pattern. NQ, no pattern. They look bullish for now, but that doesn't matter. There's no pattern. Dow, no pattern. Russell, no pattern. Let's look at bonds. Bonds can, again, really it's bonds and metals that can set up. So here's the 10-year. You got a, you know, no real pattern here, but I do expect, you see they're getting sold into big time here. So no real short pattern. Outside bar, kind of messy for bonds. Look at gold. Yeah, I'll catch up on the chat here in just a second, Stephen. I'm just gonna, I don't want to miss anything. Here's gold. That's interesting. That's kind of a, yeah, I think this is, even though that you could look at that and go, oh, that could be an exhaust to get short. Yeah, maybe, but this is, I can see on the daily, this is not an area where you, there's a ton of daily support right here. So that support might end up breaking, but it might hold. I don't want to go short into it, so I'm not taking that on gold. Silver, definitely, you know, the daily looks weaker, so I'm more aggressive on silver, but I don't really, you know, look at this. This is just tight range. We need something to happen. I'm not going to take silver in a range like that. Again, I'm looking for trades where there's movement. I want to take, you know, something that's moving, and usually mean reverting is what I'm looking for, like copper yesterday. Here's copper right now. Look, just stuck here in the range. Not doing anything with that. So we might be waiting until those building permits, whatever else, that housing starts, all that stuff coming out at 8:30, and then Lagarde at 10:15. So here's platinum. So platinum I'm open to. Platinum I'm open to. see here. Hang on. And I think we are in, that should be the correct contract. Anyways, I'll work that out in a second. I may want to short platinum here. Gotta see what we got going here. Give me a second here, Steven. I gotta work something out here with one of my DOMs. Hang on, I'm just gonna pause it. Just give me a sec. I'm just checking the contract month here. Yeah. BLJ, we are in April. That's all right. But I wonder when this 4-hourly here closes, because on TradeStation it closes at 8. Maybe on this it's different. I'll work it out. Doesn't really matter. There's a lot of resistance up here on platinum. Working something. Give me a sec here, Steven. Okay, I'm back. I'm just kind of fixing something here. Give me a second. My internet's a little off today. How's the I'll keep the webcam on for now. But how's the feed coming through, Steven? Yeah, I've got Jay as well. I think it's something's up with my internet. Because it's been slow all morning, even when I was uploading some YouTube videos. I don't know why that's having a little bit of technical difficulties, but to be honest, I'm kind of surprised we didn't have any technical difficulties up to this point. Okay, it looks and sounds good. Oh, that's good. All right, that's nice. Well, I'm kind of interested in platinum up in here somewhere, but you know, not for now. Just at the 4 hours, getting into some resistance, and you are getting into some daily resistance up in here. So, but we'll give that a time. I mean, I really like the daily extension on platinum at about 910, so it could conceivably go a lot higher. So, and I guess the 4-hourly bar here on Sierra will close next hour is what I'm guessing. That's fine. Okay, let's look at crude just to make sure we didn't miss anything. But I think we're going to wait till, so here's crude. That hourly is not really anything I'm interested in. You do have a lot of support now on crude. I do want to point something out. Steven, I may give crude I may have to go round 2 with crude today. We'll see. I know I said I'm going to stay away from it, but check this out. On the daily here with crude, you see how, by the way, good job in your trading yesterday, Stephen. I hope more people join the chat and realize they can actually make money here with us. Unlike these other chats where they're just sitting in there watching the guy scalp and like, don't people want to be here to like actually learn and make money? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I've got the wrong idea. Maybe people don't want to learn. So with crude, you see how this sucked up here, but not only that, but it happened on that big volume there, massive volume, right? And now we do have this high connector. See the dot zone with that high connector? I mean, there's a lot of support there. There really is. So it's a level I could conceivably be interested in, especially seeing where this next hourly closes here. Because if this one gives us a flash pattern down here, look at the 4 hourly, Stephen. Look at this. 4 of these babies all in a row. I mean, so this crude closes down here. God help me, I might have to take another shot on crude. So we shall see, but that would be for the 9 a.m. close anyways. Let me know what you think about that, Stephen. All right. So nat gas, I don't think we missed anything. Got a pretty serious exhaust to the downside there on nat gas. Normally these are the trades I would like to buy and go with, but you see here we're breaking the 4 hour. I'm glad I introduced this. I kind of forgot about the 4 hour, to be honest with you. I haven't really needed it lately, but see, this is also, you just kind of adjust your toolbox to the market you're in. So that we're breaking the extension there. It could be an exhaust, but not going to touch it. So that's pretty much it. So we've got about 25 minutes, Stephen, until the news comes out. You like the CL Sport? Yeah, I like it too. Did you figure out your trade station? Did you get that? Were you able to manipulate the style of the chart so that you can like make the lines and dots that you don't want super small and same background color of the chart? And you don't have to, you can put it so you see what you want to see. Because I have those charts double layered too, so everything's really popping out because I'm using like a backdrop color. So there's like 2 or even 4 of everything, so you can really layer it and color it the way you want it. So I hope that's working out for you. Moving and adjusting charts. Oh yeah, you'll get used to it. It just takes some time playing around with it. I did some shorts, a couple of videos this morning, short ones, just kind of going over some stuff and just trying to throw some different stuff out there to get some people's attention and see if we can get some, get the community growing. But it'll take time, and I'm really, I'm not one to get out there and be super sensationalist just to get clicks, but I got to put some stuff to get clicks. So trying to find a balance between, keeping it real and trying to get some people into the stream. But I suppose over time, people will come to where the quality is at. Because that's what I'm most thrilled about. It's not about you guys copying me. It's more about what you did yesterday. You use the analysis and everything to have a good day on your own account. Like that's what I think is awesome. And if people knew that, it's a pretty unique thing out here on YouTube world, because you see a lot of these things like Top Step TV and even some of these other traders who maybe they're even decent traders, but they're just scalping, and there's not really any way to like use that analysis to learn or trade well for yourself. That's my feeling of it anyways, because I started the channel because originally I wasn't gonna go public with my course, and I've been thinking about it for a long time, and because it's a lot of work, and it can be tiring at times, but then I looked at like all the other channels out there, and I was like, well, I know that my methodology and my product is way superior, and I know I can show it live, so I was like, all right, I'll just give it a chance. But I knew it was going to be, it'll take time to get it going, and that's just the way it works. Yeah, exactly. We'll just, you get one person, you get two, you get three. Everybody's making, on balance, everybody's making some money. It's like, wow, this actually works. Like, okay, I've seen like 20 things on YouTube that suck, that promised they work, that didn't work. Oh, this one actually seems to be working. Oh, that's good. So I think, people will get that sense. They just have to find out about it first. So I got to put out more like, 5-minute videos, and just on small things that people, let me know, Steven, if you've got any subjects like little 5-minute videos that you as a trader would want to see. And then that, give me, don't feel pressure. You don't have to, but if you have any like ideas or questions or things that I can answer in a video, then I know what people are looking for, then I can put that stuff up. I don't really know what people are looking for. Well, I know what they're looking for. They're looking for, how do I make $1 million scalping in the next 5 seconds? And that's why I did that video and uploaded to the channel this morning, is because, I want the scalpers to come here, because if they really want to scalp, they can come here and scalp. Because imagine just sitting here, I'm calling out the direction on the NASDAQ most of the time, pretty right. Well, if you're going to scalp, you can save yourself a lot of losses and probably make money if you're scalping in the direction that the market is going, right? So. All right, so we're kind of just waiting until the news. I mean, the only one I was, with stocks pushing higher here, that's not like, I'm not going to get into why I'm not bothering up here, but I'm just not bothering with stocks up here. So really it was the, oh, Bitcoin. Yeah, I gotta, probably I'll make Bitcoin one of the main markets. I'll probably move Bitcoin up here so I cover it more often, because I kind of forget about it because it's at the bottom of the list. Yeah, there are bonds. Yeah, there's really no good market for 8 a.m. today, actually. Look at Bitcoin. Kind of interesting. You do have some support here on Bitcoin for sure. Funny enough, it actually looks kind of the most interesting for 8 o'clock. But I'm not really in a good area here to take Bitcoin, but the volume profile certainly suggests that you've got no, not yet. Sorry, volume profile is not confirming. All right, so Bitcoin not going to do anything. This is it. Let's see, I'm going to get to your comments now. Adjusting charts, genuine traders, how to trade future. Yeah, exactly. How to trade futures and the specific assets. Yeah, we can look at Ethereum as well. We got them both. Here's Ethereum. I mean, this is not surprising. They are collapsing after the ETF approval. And if you look back at history, like when Coinbase launched, that's when it crashed right on the launch. There was another ETF, I forget, that launched and it crashed on the launch. So every time the whales use this opportunity to garner public support for people buying all this stuff to actually turn some of their paper profits into real profits by dumping it. And you always see these crashes in cryptos right after these big things. So I think probably I can show you an example here. So nat gas, show you here. So you see this weekly chart of nat gas here. You got that big 2-bar push and now just tanking. I think that's what we're seeing on the Bitcoin, maybe on the Ethereum and the Bitcoin on the monthly chart. Here, this is Ethereum, right? So, I mean, really pushing, and now it just will be the start of the crash. The weekly sure says resistance. If you look at the weekly here, a nice little flash pattern up into that extension. So I think at least probably had it back down to 22,000 for Ethereum and Bitcoin. So I think they should probably follow the stock market. I mean, look, the debt market drives everything, right? The bonds drive absolutely everything, and the bonds are weak. They don't look like they're showing any sign of finding support anytime soon. So rates are going to go higher, and stocks can pretend that it doesn't bother them for a while, but they're going to get pulled back down to earth as well. Crypto's going to go down. The metals will keep going down. Dollar will probably keep getting stronger. So that's why we're seeing all this. No, there are pockets all over the place. You know, when I'm live streaming, I'm talking obviously a lot about OMA and everything, but I'm not explaining everything that I'm seeing in super detail just because this is public, right? So for people that really want to learn about all that kind of stuff, they can, go into the members area, get the course, and they can really learn about all that. And then if you notice when I did the video for the members area the other day, that's when I don't hold anything back in those videos because you guys are in there studying, all the concepts. So I'm really going into detail, right? I mean, I'm offering obviously a ton of value here. I'm giving a lot of detail on YouTube. But I'm just, there are quite a few things that I just keep on the side for you guys back in the members area. That's why I'm kind of speaking, I'm still very specific. I'm like, oh, we're kind of trending. We're doing this. It's just that I'm not like, I mean, look, the way I view it like this is that if somebody had once they've been here for a while, they see that OMA works, right? There will be a certain percentage who want to learn how to do it for themselves. And I think that's great, right? Because also me putting together the course and, running that side, that's not a charity either, right? That's like, I know it works, and yeah, I want to help people, and then it's also beneficial for me. There's an energy exchange, right? So I get an extra source of income from it, obviously. So, but for the amount of information that I'm putting out on YouTube, if someone didn't have the money to buy the course, I mean, they could spend, it would just take them, probably 20 or 30 times longer to really painstakingly go through everything here in the public videos and figure it all out, but they can figure it out. Whereas in the course, it's just handed on a silver platter, like, this is how it works. Does that make sense? It's kind of my thought process behind it. I got a little bit of a headache today because I was so tired yesterday. I ate so much dark chocolate and I drank so much caffeine that, like, how like the next day you have like a caffeine withdrawal and headache. But I didn't want to take any Tylenol, so I'm just kind of trying to deal with it. But if it gets too bad, I'll have to take some Tylenol, I guess. Where are you, by the way, Stephen, in the course? What lesson are you on? By the way, if I'm squinting a lot today, it's because of this headache I have, my light that I have, my fake sunlight that also serves as like the studio lighting. It's just extra sensitive on my eyes with the headache. So I'm like, I feel like Clint Eastwood, but I'm not angry. I'm squinting because I'm trying to block out some light. Okay, cool. You're on Elite 4. Nice. Yeah, you'll just, I mean, you just keep going through it, keep watching the live streams and ask me questions and it'll start clicking. Seems like it's already clicking a little bit, which, you know, that's pretty fast for considering you've only been in there working with the lessons for what, like a few days. I mean, you're flying through it, which is great. All right, so we've got the news coming out at 8:30, which is in about 10 minutes, and we need to ask ourselves if there are any trades. I think we've kind of laid the foundation for the day. We know what we're looking for. Now we just got to wait for the setups to come to us. And looking at the NASDAQ here, I mean, I do think this, right now it's looking like this thing's going to squeeze quite a bit today, especially based off of yesterday's close, what we saw. So it's kind of waiting for a little bit of a pullback on the NASDAQ. But it's going to be volatile from both sides. So just got to be aware of that. Kind of taking a look at the volume profile here. I mean, a nice pullback level for the NASDAQ later, depending, you know, we'll see where things, it's always about how things look in the moment. But right now, you know, we've got the monthly point of control at 16,965. That seems to be a pretty, and you can see on the hourly volume profiles that this is really important over here. So this is the hourly volume profile, and you can see on the, we know that the monthly point of control is right here at 16,965. So that's the most heavily traded price of the month so far for the NASDAQ March futures contract, right? So, and then what you can see is on the hourly chart here, as this hourly is heading higher, you see how we're, these volume bulges, you see how we're accepting higher prices, the point of control is lifting. But look at all that, the point of control, you know, for that hourly bar was at the monthly point of control. And what happened? That bar closed on its high. This is only 2 hours ago. So what's that telling us? Telling us that all that volume that's being transacted there, way more aggressive buying for now, pushing us higher. That doesn't mean that that won't change, right? This is the point of control for right now for this month, but that'll change. But for right now, monthly point of control is, you know, bullish support. So right now, if you get a pullback back to that level, that's a pretty good spot to keep an eye on. These are just all little things you kind of learn to keep an eye on over time. Like yesterday, when I shorted copper up there, we had some really good OMA resistance levels, of course, and we thought the daily was going to be down because of the weekly, monthly, all that good stuff. But there were also some really good tip-offs on the multiple time period volume profiles. So when you really connect it all, you can get, you know, good reads. And that is the goal. All right, guys, do we have a vote? What do we want to watch when the news comes out? We're not in a trade. We're waiting until our 9 a.m. check to see what's setting up. But do we want to see anything specific for the news coming out in 8 minutes? I suppose I had my pick. I think we should look at bonds because bonds are still very bearish. So if we look at the ultra bond, we've got a good picture on the daily, weekly, and monthly are very bearish for bonds right now. So heading into the news, I could look at this. Here's the 4 hour. We definitely have a nice resistance pattern on the 4 hour. A lot of resistance up here into 10. So you got a lot of resistance on the ultra bond at 127.13. We seem to be getting sold into that level, you know, constantly. So I'd like to watch the ultra bonds for the news because you never know, right? I know we've got a market that's moving down nicely on the monthly, the weekly, the daily charts. So the bonds are under pressure, rates are rising. That's going to continue. And so then with this news announcement, I'm just going to look and say, well, where do I see a confluence of some really good, you know, stuff coming in? you got a lot of resistance at about 127.13. So if this news announcement gave us a gift and spiked, you know, let's say the 15-minute here, if we spiked up here to this resistance level, you know, I would watch it on the DOM and just see, okay, do I want to take a flyer and try and get short where I know there's a good resistance level because the news gave us a gift of a potential short up there. Because it basically, when you look at all these charts right now, of course, anything can happen. I always gotta say that, but everything's heading down. So if the news happened to jack the prices of bonds higher, just for whatever reason, right? That's what the news does. It moves price around. Then it could be a potentially good spot to short because gravity, in the sense of the charts, everything's heading down. That gravity will suck that price back down. You kind of get like a free trade. Those do happen from time. I don't want to call it a free trade. Nothing's a free trade, but those types of trades where I don't place them on the hour based on the hourly close, the half hourly trades, which happen on news announcements or the stock market open. Sometimes if you're really in sync with the direction, you know, the stock market's heading at the open, or bonds are, you know, heading right now with a news announcement, you can throw in an order and get lucky and have it get filled. So let's watch bonds. I'm going to bring up my bringing up the bonds. Let me see. It looks to me like bonds are already starting to break down based on the daily. You can see the 4-hour here. It looks like it's, you know, probably trying to head back down here. Hourly starting to trend down. So at least on bonds, we don't really have a pattern I would want to take for the 8 o'clock hour. That's why we're not in bonds right now. But everything's heading down, so we could look to join the party here as we wait for the 9 o'clock hourly check for the other major markets. So that's kind of my logic behind that thinking. So Steven, what'd you say? You said the patterns or what I'm... Yeah, cool. Nice. Happy you're making progress with it. All right, so we've got about 3.5 minutes here. And the news that's coming out, again, just as a reminder, it will be building permits, the big one. Continuing jobless claims. Yeah, this is big news. This is good. And let's just remember, guys, together, ECB President Lagarde is speaking at 10:15. That's going to cause volatility. So we start to see the market go nuts. We know why. And then we've got the crude inventory number coming at 11, which could also be a good opportunity. And then we've got Bostic of the Fed speaking at 11:30. We've got oh well, no, that's the a 10-year auction for the U.S. Treasuries at 1. I mean, the 20-year auction for the U.S. Treasuries yesterday at 1 definitely caused a lot of volatility. You got to be aware of these things. I was gazing in on another stream just for fun yesterday. I'd like to see what people are doing, you know. All this volatility was coming into the NASDAQ at 1 p.m. And this guy's like, well, where's this? It was just doing nothing. Why is all this volatility coming in? So I even tried to tell him, I'm like, I wrote in his chat, I was like, it's a 20-year bond auction. I'm trying to. And then I think he said something. He goes, no, that happened earlier and nothing happened. I was like, no, it's happening right now. And that's why there's volatility. Oh, gosh. All right. It's 8:28. Yeah, it was really funny. Sometimes I do that, and I actually do try and comment in a chat, like to help, to literally help. And people are just like, fuck this guy. It's like, okay. It's really funny. Kind of funny how people act online. Like, just because like you're not interacting, like people say stuff and do stuff that they would never do or say in person. I suppose I do that to a degree as well, but I try not to. All right. So let's, you know, I'm definitely interested, because sometimes bonds will just go fucking nuts on these. Like it like the ultras could spike. I mean, the higher we go, in my view, the better the short. So like if they were to just jack this thing just way up, I would kind of just be waiting for a spot to maybe short. But I'll let you guys know. Usually it happens too fast and you got to have an order in, but right now I don't have an order in. I guess, you know, up around 127.18 would be great. That's above the highs. I'll throw an order at 18 on the ultras. So I've got an order to short 2 way up here at 127.18. I doubt it's going to get up there. But if it does, oftentimes I've seen these things just in a matter of a second, they just go doom, doom, and we'll see. You never know. Or you can get royally effed because it, but at least, I don't know, the odds are, got a lot of resistance up there, so I'm willing to take a flyer. All right, we got 10 seconds. I got an order to short 2 ultras at 127.18 way up there. 99% chance it's not going to get filled, but let's see what happens. 2 seconds. So it's going down like we thought, but you know, sometimes it'll just get whacked way up like in a second and then, I mean, bonds are good for that, but in this case, they're just heading down, but not surprising. Go ahead and cancel those orders. They didn't get filled. Fun anyways. Let's see here, because bonds are, you know, doing what we expect. They're weak, they're breaking out. So I'm going to keep a close eye on these for the rest of the half hour, because if we get a good pullback on the 15-minute, I might short them. You got the last 3 hourly points of control are at 127.1 on the bonds. That's pretty important up in here. If price gets back up there, how does it react to that level? Yeah, exactly, Steven. That's pretty much it. I don't know, not a lot of humility out there. Like, oh, look at my Lambo and my this. I wouldn't be fucking caught dead in a Lamborghini. Are you kidding me? I don't like Lamborghinis at all. I like taking a walk. I like hiking. That's what I like. And I happen to also love trading. You know, my mentor was wealthier beyond, I mean, he was very, very, very wealthy. And I mean, he was like the most humble guy in the world. He lived on a farm and, you know, his big hobby was like raising prized birds or turkeys or something. I don't remember what kind of bird. Peacocks. Yeah, SMB is too. Yeah, because they're real traders. And like if you're not, I don't know. I just kind of feel like if you're a real trader, you're probably, the personality traits required for trading are so much different than for influencing, that these guys you see, like, you know, with all just the influencer, I just, maybe some of them are actually really good traders. I don't know, but I would have to, yeah, trade, exactly. The reason most people who find some success with trading in the end and keep that success, the reason most of those guys are humble is just as exactly what you said, Steven, is because trading will humble the fuck out of you if you're not already humble. It's like the moment you start to get a little bit of an attitude and you have a good streak and you think you know everything, the market is going to punch you so hard in the face. And when that happens enough, that's good, because that's how we've all been there, right? Me too. You just learn again and again, and that is the humbling process. That's important. So yeah, that's why, you know, that's exactly. So it's antithetical, right? When you see like an influencer who's like, you know, bling bling, you know, crypto bro Miami, and then they're like, yeah, I'm the best trader in the world. I mean, maybe, I'm not saying, maybe they own a bunch of crypto and they're super loaded, but in terms of like being an actual speculator, like, you know, trading every day, that personality type just doesn't really go with, you know, the kind, because trading, you know, you do kind of have to have at least a specific type of personality type, and that is like being humble, you know, like that's really important, which is the opposite of ego, right? Like we all have a little ego, of course, but you've got like crazy ego and you're like fighting this market and going to show everybody and going to show the market's going to fucking eat you alive. I mean, it just does. Oh, that's good. Thanks, Steven. I appreciate that. Well, and that's good too as well, right? Those are the kind of, like, since we're, you know, building a little bit of a community here of like-minded traders, I want people that want that, right? Like I want people who see that, and then, because we don't want any, like, you know, we don't want the dream chasers hanging out. We want people who understand, like, yeah, like what trading is, and I don't know, the realities of trading, I guess. Yeah, exactly. My unpainted wood background. I thought about painting the bookshelf white, but I was like, no, forget it. It can just stay wood color. One of these days I'll have to bring the camera over here so you guys can see a picture of the spaceship cockpit, my standing desk with all my other, it's like, it's pretty funny. All right, so we're just waiting. Let me know if you guys have any questions about anything. We're waiting. But we are going to be more aggressive overall because the last couple of days, you know, made some money, and that's all right. Navigating the markets well, happy about that. Picking direction very, very well, but just for the amount of times we're picking levels that just turn out to be fucking perfect, I'm going to start trading those a lot more often. I'm a very risk averse trader, you know. You probably see that by now, Steven. Like I pick my spots very carefully. So sometimes I have to remind myself to be more aggressive because, you know, obviously our levels are, you know, good a lot. So dollar is breaking below 109 against the euro futures. So we've still got some dollar strength, which is good. The platinum, so if you remember, Steven, we said there's some resistance up here on platinum. So now coming down off that resistance. I was kind of waiting for the daily extension. This is the daily chart up in here, but may not get there. We'll see. Carpenter. Yeah, I should be a carpenter. No, this is I'd love to build if I had more time. I don't know much about building, but I love, like, you know, working. I mean, I played sports my whole life competitively, very competitively, and I guess I like, you know, moving and using my hands, and like farming and gardening and surfing. I love surfing. I grew up surfing. I like nature type things. I just have always, even though I grew up in LA, which is like a concrete jungle, I grew up close to the beach side, so I was kind of fortunate to be not in the middle of the city. All right. So I'm just looking at ES here, you guys. Just have a feeling ES and NQ are going to squeeze higher than we think today. That's what I think, but we'll see. I'm going to just, the bonds and the metals are way more clear in terms of shorting. Well, gold, not really. Gold is pushing higher, but silver, copper, platinum, I think could be some good shorts. Crude could set up a good long here at the 9 o'clock hour if it, you know, holds that support level we were talking about earlier. So I might have to duke it out with crude one more time. So here's ES. Let's do our check here for the 9 o'clock hour because it's already 8:40 almost. So we're trending up on the hourly. We are running into some resistance here. I don't want to short against this resistance right here because I just, well, I mean, the 4 hourly's got a nice pattern here, but this market just looks a little too strong for me right now to want to short against this trend. So I'm gonna wait and just certainly not gonna long it up here. I'm not gonna short either, so I'm gonna wait. I want more clarity. Those are the types of tips too that I think, you know, people who, even if they just want to sit and scalp while listening to the stream, like generally speaking, when I'm saying, I wouldn't really be long or short right here, I'd be careful. It's pretty good advice. So if you knew that and you knew just, okay, turn my scalping strategy off right now. And then when I see something I like, you know, it's usually pretty decent. Like if we pick a level in a direction, okay, turn the scalping strategy back on, you know, that'll help. I might even start doing this, Steven, like we talked about the other day in the stream. I might build a bot on TradeStation, and just a very simple scalping bot. Nothing, just no rules even. Just like when it's turned on, you know, like I'll have some little algorithm like where, you know, when the market pulls back a certain ATR of the 1 minute chart or whatever, like buy at market, you know, take profit, 12 ticks, you know, wait for pullback, buy. But I'll have that for the buy and the sell side and only turn it on like yesterday, for example, on NQ here, right? Like when I was watching this yesterday afternoon, you know, I was like, there's so much support, especially on this one here. And then this one here, this is the one I was watching by myself when I finished with you guys. I was like, there's so much support here. Like I'm pretty much like 85% sure this thing's going up. Again, anything can happen. I'm just, you know, volume profile was perfect. Like everything was just so nice here. So that would be so interesting to flip on a long only scalping algo for that hour. I mean, how could it not clean up? So I'll do that. I'm not going to do that live. I'm going to demo it and see how it works, but that'll be a fun thing for the channel. And if it works, then I will put it live. It's just knowing when to turn it on and off would be huge. What do you think about that, Steven? I think that's pretty much the key to one of those little automated strategies, is that if you could use discretion on when to put it on and off, depending on, you know, long or short, that'd be pretty good. That would give it a pretty good edge, I think, assuming you can pick the direction, right? Which here we do all right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna start playing around with that when I have a little more time. Not there yet. I still got to get more. I haven't been in the gym in so long because I'm just been so busy, like doing stuff for the channel, and I can't wait to just settle into this routine of my own trading, streaming, get back on my routines of the gym, and then once I do that, then I'll have energy to maybe build a little bot. Yeah, can you use automated things with those? I don't know. To try. Then again, they don't give enough drawdown. I mean, the rules are just stupid. I'm not saying people can't make money. I know they can, but swallow water on. But I mean, the rules are. I think you'd have to, like, if you did like an auto bot like that, you know, I'd demo it on like a 10K account because that's the size account I would put it on. And then, you know, you need like, I would need at least 10K of draw. We'll see. I'll just do it on a demo, and then if it works, I'll just put it on my own. Okay, 842. Let's do our, so NASDAQ pulling back now. What do we say? That monthly point of control is down there. So yeah, this is a dangerous zone for the NASDAQ because, and the S&P. I'm looking at my higher time period charts now on the volume profile as well. We still don't know, like, is this just going to be a pop that's going to be a crazy reversal back down, or are we going to squeeze higher? We don't have that answer yet. So I'm waiting until we have an answer, and we can see that on the OMA charts here, you know, clearly. That's a pretty big reversal there. So let's look at the Dow, the Russell. I think our 4 hourly is going to close here. There's a lot of resistance up there, so at the 30-year. Yeah, look at bonds, guys, just getting smoked. But we get an entry. So I mean, stocks, I don't see stocks with what bonds are doing, the dollar. Yeah, stocks are not going to hold up. So I don't think that squeeze is going to happen now that we have a pretty clear indication from bonds and the dollar. Look at this is a Euro US, you know, just collapsing. So that's nice. Let's look at crude oil. We may want to, yeah. Yeah, that's what we said, all that support there, right? So that's a key level here. I find it so hard. Like I all things being equal, I'm loving what I'm seeing on crude right now, like in terms of a buy. But it's just so hard for me to buy crude with bonds collapsing and rates skyrocketing, the dollar getting stronger. Crude can buck that trend, but I just rather would buy crude, you know, in a different type of environment. So that's going to lead me to just not buy this crude trade, even though I like this level a lot. But I'm just, you know, I can't ignore rates and the dollar right now. So we got to focus on the lower hanging fruit, which for right now is going to be metals and bonds. Stocks, I think, are going to set up some good opportunities as the market opens here in about 45 minutes. But for the 9 o'clock hour, you know, we already looked at bonds. They're off to the races. So if nothing else, we can wait for nice pullbacks on the 15-minute chart because we're just collapsing here. But let's look at gold. So even gold is just reversing now. Look at silver. Yeah, I told you silver. I think silver's going to be a good one. So maybe we can get some sort of like the 50, if we can get a big pullback on silver up in here, that'd be nice. We get copper. Yep, collapsing. Platinum dropping nicely, but they're all going to be dropping. So platinum's, you know, the least liquid. So I would focus on silver. I think silver, gold, silver, copper, and bonds right now. Just kind of, I'm not seeing, you know, because we're getting breakout patterns on the hourly, right? So those are tough to just jump in because you just don't know where it's going to go. But I definitely think, you know, this hourly looks super weak on silver. So I don't think we're going to get a blessing of like, oh, an hourly is going to pull back here. I think it's just going to keep going. So we got to try and be aggressive on the 15-minute chart. And since we got to be aggressive on the 15-minute chart, you know, we got to pick a market, right? Because I can't watch like 5 markets on the 15-minute chart at once. I mean, we can flip back and forth because we're kind of waiting for 15-minute closes. But I think, you know, ultra bonds, we can keep an eye on if they get, you know, pull back for a short. Gold, I mean, strong dollar, strong rates. I was curious to see because we had all, this is why you got to let the market show itself to you. I love just that idea. Like if I'm not sure, like up here, the reason I didn't take, this is the gold daily chart and this is the hourly chart. We had a decent little hourly short right here, but I didn't take it because at that moment, I didn't know what the daily wanted to do yet. I didn't know if we wanted to push higher or not. Now we're kind of getting our answer. That daily support right there looks like it's breaking and, you know, down we go. So that's why it's always just good to be patient. Then when the things start clicking and suddenly you'll look and be like, yeah, it's clear now. And those are the markets you want to participate in. Oh, MetaTrader. Yeah. Nah, no thanks. We'll just do futures. not saying MetaTrader's bad. It's just I like the futures. All right, so here's silver. All right, I'm just gonna take a quick pee. I'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll start looking to short bonds and metals because the dollar is nice and strong against the euro. Rates are heading higher. I think stocks are going to be collapsing. The stocks will be good. Just want to kind of wait for the stock market to open. Here's ES, for example. So I think, yeah, big reversal up there. This is good. Gonna be a good day. So here's the ultra bond. So just kind of waiting for ultra bonds are nice. I can keep an eye on them as well. I'd love to get short up in here somewhere in ultra bonds. All right, I'm just gonna leave this here for a second for you guys while I'll be right back, okay? All right, guys. What did I miss? Did we make millions? Okay, so let's see here. I don't see ultra bonds letting up today. Anything's possible, obviously, but look at the 4-hour here. Look at this, just smashing down and through all these extensions. I mean, this is weak. 126.24. I mean, I think we could see on the 4 hourly, we could just see, we could see a pretty big drop, which means the hourly would continue trending, which means the 15-minute, any kind of pullback. Might have to just start aggressively trading this. I think silver will be the same, but if I will always put it this way, if I have, multiple markets to choose from and bonds are one of them, I will always take bonds because they're just clean. I don't know how to explain it, but price action in bonds is just awesome. Silver is good too, but silver can still, it gets a little crazy. Like you'll be in a position in silver, like you'll have 1 or 2 contracts on, you'll be up like, I don't know, $500. And literally like a half a second later, you'll look over at your DOM and you're like down $100. Like silver, like even, and you're in the right direction, but silver will just be like, it's like, it's a little more stressful. I like trading silver, but Bonds just kind of don't do that as much because they're just so much thicker, right? It's the largest market in the world, the US Treasury bond market. Not that I, don't take losses. Of course, I take losses on bonds like everything else, but they're just a little less stressful to take at trades. We'll see here. We're if we get a pullback, checking out the volume pro. So we've got 5-6 minutes here. Let's look at the, yeah, here's the 30-year. Very, very bearish. But I like ultras better. See how the bonds look way weaker than gold because gold's catching a little bit of a bid from safe haven lows. Silver looks weak like the bonds, which is nice. But bonds look even weaker right now to me. Silver's weak too. I mean, we'll remember crude, right? That was that key level I was calling out at about 70. Well, I said all these right here, remember? So that was like 72.20. I'm kind of just curious to see if it can hold that. I mean, crude's just been crazy lately. But I want to see if it can hold that level with bonds selling off the way that they're selling off and doing it with this strong dollar. So we see a similar situation. You get a big dump, and now the hardest part is kind of knowing where to enter, right, on bonds, because this is a big range here, right? Like if I short here, my stop kind of needs to be way back here, which is not really, I like these kinds of trades where like I know I can short here and have a, reasonably placed stop. Let's go ahead and look. The 30-year might get a pullback over there. I mean, these are weak. I think anywhere up into 18, I think. I mean, when is this? So that 4, I'm trying to get a sense of when these Sierra chart 4 hourly closes. There's that, right? So that closed at 7. So let's see where that closed. That's 7. 1, 2, 3. I think maybe. We got 3 minutes to go here. I'm just trying to pick a spot here. I kind of like if this closes, for example, right in here at like 13. I'd probably set an order for up here like around 19. But I'll let you know. See, some people have different risk tolerance. They'll be like, man, bonds are going down. They'll just jump in and go. That's great. A lot of people too, like, they'll just like, oh, bonds are going down, so they'll sell one here. And like if it goes higher against them, they'll sell more. I mean, that's also a way to trade. It just really, there's so many different ways to use. When you've got good analysis, I mean, you can use it whichever way works the best for you. I'm kind of a wuss. I'm trying to learn to be more aggressive, but I'm comfortable and I take the risk I can take. But sometimes we got to get out of our comfort zone and, if one reaches that new level, get comfortable taking more risk. That's what I'm working on. I want to be more comfortable taking more risk, but you're never really comfortable taking a lot of risk. I mean, those feelings will be there, and you just kind of have to not let them influence your decision making. But sometimes it's easier said than done. All right, we got 2 minutes. This is the ultra bond we're looking at. Let's quickly look at the 30-year. I gotta wait just for some sort of a pullback, because the odds, the odds that it's just gonna go straight down without ever pulling back are not high. So you just gotta wait, and that's the prudent thing to do. It's just to wait for the 15-minute pullback. With that said, we're gonna have some resistance here, so I might looking at the wow. Yep, this market is weak. All right, guys, we got 30 seconds. I'm going to set an order at 18. My order's in at 18, maybe even 19, but let's see. 18's fine because I kind of want to get filled. So we'll see. I got an order to short bonds at 18. Yeah, what's UH, Stephen? Maybe I'm not understanding. I'm going to raise my order to 19. I'm looking to short a couple of UB at 126.19. I guess this 4-hourly is going to close at 10. I mean, we're at these lows here, so the daily looks just so weak. The hourly did flash here, so maybe the 15 is. I'm going to have to. I could get caught in a squeeze higher. I'm aware of that, but bonds just look too weak. I'm going to leave my order here at 19, and if we end up just squeezing the shit out of me, then I'll just have to take a loss. There's just too much resistance up here. I could wait and see where it closes, but with bonds, sometimes you do that, you miss. I'll raise it to 20. I'm looking at, I'm gonna actually raise it to 21. Tell you why I'm doing this in a second. Might even go 20. I'm gonna go 22. 22 is my line in the sand. I'm putting it at 22. I'm just gonna see if it punches up, fills me and drops. That's what I want to see. If it punches up, fills me and stays strong, I don't want to see that. I'll just cut it quickly. So this is, and the reason is because even though bonds are very weak here, we're at these lows from yesterday, right here on the 4-hourly. And the hourly does have a flash pattern that could be, enough support to maybe drive us back up in here. We just don't know. So, but the 15 is looking pretty weak, so I'm willing to give it a shot, but I'm kind of making it come get me. Oh, UB, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I just, sometimes with UB, like it can go from here and next hour, it can go all the way back up here. You just don't know. But this 15-minute looks pretty darn weak, which is why I'm going to try and set the order. I've got the order now at 22, just to see. And I'd be looking for something like this. Sort of like a push up, fill me, and then really, I want to see the selling come in, have it close back down here and resume. If it punched up, filled me, and kind of just, I could see that it was strong, I'll just cut it. That's kind of what I'm looking for. My orders are in at 22, right up in here. And the reason for that is that we've got, when the 15-minute broke out here, That's where it broke the extension. That's where the current extension is. You see, I'm just kind of daring it to go. That's kind of what I identify as the resistance level. So we'll see what happens. Let's look at ZB. I'm not doing anything. Let's look at GC. We have some support there on GC. Here's SI. SI looks pretty. That's pretty weak right there. That's why these breakout trades, you see why these breakout trades are more difficult, Steven? Because when they're breaking out like that, it's like you always have to gauge where does your stop go. So that's why for ultra bonds right now, the reason I got the orders to short up at 22 is because I know this is kind of like for ultra bonds, if I get filled on these orders right here, this whole area is my resistance. Like if this trade is valid and the 15-minute is going to continue to trend down, then the pullback to the congestion resistance area should hold for the continuation. Now, it doesn't mean it has to hold. It might blow straight through there, but that's why I've got my order to sell up there, because if I get filled, I'm going to immediately gauge, I'll see, are there other sellers there or not? And if there aren't, then I don't want to be in the trade. So the orders are in for now. We'll see. 126.22 right here. Short. I don't have a stop because I just, manage it, but again, I'm watching very carefully. I suppose if someone had to have a stop, they could put one at like 27. Sometimes you never know. You can get caught in these exhaust down, stabilize, and boom, straight back up. But in this case, I have enough evidence to at least give it a shot. So keep an eye on volume profile as well. Close. Not filled yet. You can see the resistance here for now, but what I'm looking for is kind of like a punch through this resistance where there could be some stops. And that's where I'm looking to get short. Maybe some people that are trailing their stop on that initial move down, market's now trying to go get those stops. And that's where I'm trying to enter my trade there, because if that happens, you'll see it in the price action. It'll kind of like, it'll quickly go up, trigger the stops, and hopefully, if it's correct, our order, and then it'll go immediately back down. You can, I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm saying that's what I'm looking, like that's what I'd like to happen. But if it goes through, fills, and then just holds up there, then I'd be a little nervous and probably just take the loss. Because I don't want to see this 15-minute close anywhere up here. Like, I want to see if this fills, I want to see this thing get shut back down. Volume coming in now at 19. You can also see on the volume profile, if you see it in the price action, that's a little bit of a stop run. You can see it on the profile as well, because it'll hold the low volume node if it's a stop run. Usually the big volume is coming in when there's a real battle and people are pushing it higher. So you can see it's dropping. This is kind of, this is what I'm looking for. I didn't get filled, but still might get filled, who knows. and it still may go higher, but at least we saw, you know, the first attempt, at least there's some selling there. That's nice. You can always look at ZB as well. ZB's got a beauty. I like the level on ZB a lot better actually up there. I'm gonna leave my Ultra for now, but I like that level on ZB. Selling coming in again. My orders are still at 22. Oh, there's always... I'm making it come back a little more just because that hourly is just, you know, when you slam down on the hourly like that, it can go back the other direction more than you think. I like the ZB there because you were closer to the hourly near high. Up in here. I think it could be better up there on ZB. Kind of tempted to switch my order over to ZB. I'm going to do that. I'm canceling UB and switching over to ZB. I'll explain why afterwards. Order at 20. Short ZB. I still like UB a lot as well, but I'll explain here in a moment. The reason I like the ZB short potentially better is because the extension is deeper into the pocket, closer to the hourly near high. The hourly broke its extensions by more. ZB just looks a little weaker. Now, still, anything can happen. It might fire up and through us, but I just liked the odds here a little better. So my order is to short 2 ZB at 20. 2 ticks above the current price. Not my favorite kind of trade. Again, just because we're coming out of what could be an hourly exhaust, and it can always go further the other direction you think. But again, given the circumstances, I would kick myself if I didn't take this trade. So I just have to take it and see what happens. I'm not filled. I'm filled. I'm short 2 from 20. This is kind of the level now. This needs to hold, or if it doesn't, I'm going to be sayonara. I want the selling to come back in quickly. We've got about a minute and a half left for this 15-minute bar. I want to see this close down. If it doesn't, then I'm going to bail because it's too strong of a congestion entrance move to the upside if it closes up here. I want to see some selling come in and try and close down here around 16, 17. I'm just keeping an eye on everything, guys. So I go quiet when I'm managing the position. Like mentally right now, my stop is 22, 23. It's tight. I don't have a stop in, but I don't want to see it really go higher. It was trying to drop there. It was just getting picked up. $10 seconds till this closes. I'd kind of like to see it drop a little bit more. Have a strong close right there. I'm still in for now. I'm kind of thinking about it. I might regret it. We'll see. Still short for now. We can break this true average. Trying. I'm going to put my... I don't like that it held that. So I want to see it, you know, drop here. I'm still in for now. We really want the selling to come in. For the ultras. I'll explain after, Steven. I think I already explained. Did it make sense what I told you earlier? I can tell you later. I can do a special video for the members area later, because then I can go into a lot more detail. But who knows? The trade still may not work. I mean, we're short, but still, it needs to break through this true average. My stop is going at 22. I'm risking 2 ticks. So let's see if we can, you know, have the trading gods bless us a little bit and have this drop back down to those lows. Kind of what we're hoping for. Make a decision once it starts getting down here. I mean, the good thing about bonds, when you pick them right, this thing still could reverse and go get us, but hopefully it'll just smash through all this, because when you pick bonds right, they tend to go. They're kind of like a freight train. That's kind of why I like them. If you pick them right, they kind of go. Again, you still only pick them right, you know, a certain percentage of the time. They don't always work, but when they're right, they go. Hopefully this will just crank on down to these lows. My profit target right now is kind of down in this area. Even though I'm bearish bonds the whole day, that would be a good trade from one side of the range there to the other side, and then I would just wait for the next pullback at some other point. If there's going to be support, this is going to be where it's going to come in. See what the 10-year is doing. Stuck. Ultra bonds aren't dropping quite as fast yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens. My stop is still at 22. But really, I don't want it to go too much above, you know, I don't have it at break even yet, because sometimes it'll go and just touch your even and go back down. I don't want to get taken out, but you know, we're not risking a whole lot on this trade anyways. Just doing a bit of stretching. Come on, bonds. Drop, you fuckers. Yeah, that's a good idea, Steven. Steven, can you keep like a list? And I don't know if you can, but like, are you able to just jot down the time so I can timestamp when we're taking trades? So if people want to watch the videos later, they can, you know, they can at least go to where something was happening. There's a good chance this could head higher. I mean, because we are coming out of, I'm aware of the fact that there's a lot of volume that traded down here that could potentially push us back up here. So some trades you just kind of feel more comfortable in. This one, it's like, okay. Stock market's going to open in 9 minutes. That'll cause some volatility in the bond market too. Ultras are sitting. Not dropping yet. Still short. I really don't want to see gold rally. They could pull. I don't want to see silver. You know, I want to see these drop. Copper. We don't want to see any of these push up because they're all going to be pretty correlated. We'll see. Stock market's going to open because I kind of want to. Might just move my stop to, you know, give it like, right now it's at 2 ticks, which is kind of nothing. My stop is fine. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is, it's trying. UB is kind of pushing higher now. Trying. I'm still in for now. But I think it's gonna try and go higher, but you never know. That's why I'm just holding it, trying to hold. It got shut down at 19 there, so I'm gonna move my stop to 20. The stop's at break even. It's a tight stop, but you know, if we get lucky and catch a break to the downside, great. If it goes up and hits the stop, oh well, we broke even on the trade. I'm okay with that given what I'm seeing. So stop at break even. That's what I'm doing. And I want to just let this thing work itself out. Who knows what's going to happen? We'll see. Let's go look at the ES and NQ for the open just to see if we can identify anything we want to trade. I don't have a target in also. I just have my idea of, you know, where, but I don't have the target. All right, so here's NQ. It's going to be an interesting open. It's going to be wild with these cross currents. Sorry, that was ES. I don't know if I said that or not, but this is NQ. This is going to be a wild open. That's why I think bonds are going to be fucking wild too. So at this point, it's up to the trading gods. They'll either bless us and it'll drop and we'll make some money, or it'll get unlucky and hit our stop. Right now, the bonds are dropping a little, so we'll see. This is NQ. Got 5 minutes. Dow and the Russell. I mean, we'll trade them, but I'm more interested in ES and NQ for the open. Hopefully silver and gold will start dropping. That'll be a good sign if that happens. All right, whatever. Our bonds are on. Stops at even. That's going to do what it's going to do. Let's watch NQ for the open because we got about 5 minutes to go here. Nothing we can, like, that's sometimes too is like, you know, once you get in the trade, I'm trying to also just get better about, like, you don't have to like a lot of thought goes into getting in the trade, and that is true because you got to really think through where to get in the trade. But then once you're in, it's kind of like you've already done all the work. You had a reason, hopefully, for why you got in. You know, now you just got to let the damn thing do its thing, right? And I got to get better about that too. Just sometimes you feel like you'll make it better by micromanaging it, whereas oftentimes if you just leave it and just, you know, let it just work for a little bit, it's better that way, you know. So this is NQ. I'm just trying to see, you know, is there anything really see anything? Just looking if there are any levels. Sometimes, you know, you just get some really clear levels that jump out at you. You know, that's one thing too that I maybe should do a video on. Like sometimes you see people are like, oh, you know, you should only risk this much per trade or whatever. I think generally speaking, it's not bad advice, but there are also, once you get a little bit more experience, I mean, you can learn to, some situations you can feel you want to go more size, and, you know, usually it's correct. Like on this trade, for example, I didn't go, I'm not in with any size because it's not a bad trade. That's why I took it. It's a decent trade, but it's not like one where I'm like, oh, I got to load up here, you know? Sometimes you do get that feeling. Sometimes you're wrong when that happens, and that really sucks. But I mean, bonds could easily just flare up and take us out at the open. So kind of mentally, I'm prepared for a break even. Anything else would just be nice. It's 9:28. And remember our favorite quote, it's not about the money you make, it's about the money you don't lose. So just manage the risk, try and pick good spots, and the rest kind of just does what it does, takes care of itself. So this is NQ. I'm not going to do anything on the stocks. We might as well watch bonds. So we got the 45 seconds to go. I kind of have a feeling they're going to push up because they haven't pushed down yet. And you've got a pretty good crossover here. That's why I moved it to break even so soon, because that's a strong support level that, you know, the fact that that held on the first test, I was like, probably going to come back up. We're still in. It hasn't traded up to our stop. One more tick, it'll hit our stop, but it hasn't yet. UB's kind of in the same neighborhood, just waiting for the stock market open. So the market's going to open in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, there's the open, you guys. I think the bonds are going to go up. Still in. We get lucky, it could drop. Who knows? I don't think so. I think it's going up, but you know, the reason I didn't take it off with a couple of ticks profit, I kind of maybe should have when it dropped there to 17. I don't know. So far, we're still in, so there's some selling, but I think we're going to get taken out here momentarily. Out. I'm out. So broke even on those. So that's all right. That was a good, you know, this is what I like to do. You know, we picked a spot, gave ourselves a good chance, and it's just going to go higher. And as far as I'm concerned, I hope it goes higher. I hope it goes all the way back up here for the next hour so I can short higher up. All right, so we're going to wait. That's good effort on bonds. Let's go to stocks, see what we got shaking. We'll turn our attention back to bonds in a bit. Look at stocks. They don't even know what to do at this open. Is this about the quietest open you've ever seen? ES, I mean, so far. I mean, we're almost 2 minutes in, and it's just sitting there. What's NASDAQ doing? So NASDAQ is, yeah, it's just, we're doing good. It helps when you can see that the markets are they're just messy right now. And it's because we're in a regime change. Like, people are being caught off guard. Everybody was like, oh, we're going to the moon. The Fed's going to start cutting and it's going to be great. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. So you get all these cross currents. I think we're navigating the seas of the cross currents well. I mean, look at the NASDAQ daily chart. Look at this. Like, the last 7 days, this was I mean, didn't make any money here, but didn't get squeezed. That was good. So, but since that squeeze, I mean, this whole period in here has been really tight, choppy, difficult. And then breaking out there, just kidding, pushing up higher. So I'm happy with everything so far. Bonds are kind of hanging out where we got in. They might even still drop from there, but I don't like to be in trades that, you know, I can look at them and go, Let's check the Dow. Okay, get some. Sounds good, Steven. Get some coffee for me. Chocolate while we check here. All right. One trade, break even. Give ourselves a shot. Wasn't too bad. Now we just patiently wait for what the market wants to give us. Right now, the ES is trapped between some key monthly levels. Point of control. So this is why we're seeing this open. It's good information to have, right? And you can clearly see that, you know, the last couple hours, this is a good time to just not do anything and look. Just difficult fucking trading that we're not partaking in, which is awesome. Let's look at the NASDAQ trying to push a little higher. We'll see. It's gonna be real interesting to see what happens when we get through. Here's the monthly. So these are the all-time highs, right? I don't know how accurate it is back adjusted with futures contracts, but, or I don't know where the cash market is, but anyways, it's close. So we get through these highs. You can see the NASDAQ's gunning for it. It'll be fun. Maybe we'll just get a huge squeeze day. Let's let the market show us. All right. So we'll just kind of let the NASDAQ do its thing. Look at the Dow, because we're waiting now until really our next big decision is at, well, 10 a.m. But then again, you know, if bonds, I still like bonds anywhere up here, so I might short bonds again soon. I just want to see what it does at this level. The Dow looking very weak. Beautiful child and my wife are home from preschool, playing in the snow, building a snowman. My little one loves Frozen, so she likes to sing the song, "Do you want to build a snowman?" The Russell's collapsing. Nice to see. I mean, it's like, is the NASDAQ going to pull everything higher, or I don't know. We'll see. We shall soon find out. Here's NASDAQ again. So we got Russell and Dow dropping. We got ES doing nothing. We got NASDAQ pushing higher. So basically we got a lot of interesting stuff. So here's the 10-year. Yeah, so it is selling off out of that level. So the ZB as well. They were just maybe going for the stops up here where we shorted. And that's okay. Yeah, the ultras are dropping nicely now. Still gonna just wait. There's ZB. Yeah, had I left my stop at 22, might have held. But that's okay, that happens. Thought it was gonna drop though, but it's, you know, here it's just, I don't regret how I managed that trade, because for me, again, my personality type, like I feel good about bonds heading down here on the hourly, you know, 4 hourlies down, but it's tough when you get that big slam down here and you see a lot of volume coming in down here. These can sometimes push back here until they roll over again. You just don't know. And I'm always going to trade it more risk averse because that's how I am. So let's look at the get gold and silver. So you got gold trying to push a little higher. My little one is going in the sled. So, but just kind of choppy here on the hourly for gold. Get silver. Yeah, I think silver. I think if we're patient today, we'll just, you know, if we let the market come to us, one of these markets is going to bring us one of these trades where it's like, yeah. And that's just the key, to wait for it. copper. Platinum. Checking some things, you guys. Just bear with me. You're looking at platinum right now. Just looking at something on my other screen here. So I'm keeping a very close eye on platinum for the 10 o'clock close, because the daily's in a strong downtrend. You are coming out of a lot of support, so we got to be careful there. Here on the daily, we have a lot of, this is daily close here from yesterday, right? So right here. So we are coming up out of all that. We got to be a little careful, but I mean, look at this downtrend. It got smashed here. We do have a nice extension here. So I think there could be some resistance up here on platinum. Right now, depending on where it closes, I really like what I'm seeing on the volume profile up here. So I think platinum might be a good short. We'll just have to see. Especially with rates pushing higher, bonds dropping, the dollar's looking nice and strong. So right now, especially, I mean, the higher we can go, if this hourly can fire up here to like 912, you guys see this? I mean, I'm going to keep a close eye on platinum. Are you already short platinum, Steven? I'm waiting. So platinum is looking like it could be I'd love it to just get up to the daily extension, which is at 911, even a little bit through it would be fantastic. 912, that's right where, yeah, 912. I mean, that 4 hours, gosh, it'd be beautiful. Because it's like, then I'd have to, these are the trades I love. Doesn't mean they always work. It just means that, like, I'm looking at this like, okay, I'm just asking myself, like, platinum is just firing to the upside. Is it just going to go up all day? It might. And if we take the trade, we might lose. But given the structure of the monthly, the weekly, the daily, you got to love shorting platinum up here. And if you lose money, you lose money. But these are the ones where you got to put the money at risk. Um, nice. So you're still, oh, you're short UB. Okay. So you kept that one on. Um, well, you're in a good position, huh? UB is dropping nicely. Look at that. Woo. See, that's what I was looking for, and it did it. Great job, Steven. Yep. I got my stop taken out, but that's what I was looking for. Nice. Perfect. Very happy that you executed on that. You trust my analysis more than I do, Steven. Just kidding. I'm a very, very risk averse type of guy. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. Let's see here. With platinum, so let's just go through these. We're coming on 9:45 a.m. I think, I mean, with what we're seeing in the dollar and rates, I think ES and NQ are going to drop. I don't see NQ holding up here at all. But we'll see. It may want to push up through those highs. I think it's just a little too dangerous there with NQ, but YM, I think the play is definitely platinum for 10 o'clock, but let's see. ZB, breaking my heart. UB, nice. Yeah, so you're at, it's up to you now, Steven. You know, you're at a 15-minute target area. But, you know, it could just keep heading down. You don't know. So you got to make the decision to take profit or not. You had a nice little run out of it. You got 20 down to 10 or 11. You got 10, 11 ticks, $300-ish. Not bad. We get gold. Gold kind of just choppy here. Silver. I'm definitely interested in silver too. Just if it can spike up to like 22.70. So that would be a good one potentially. Platinum. It's like, come on, baby, run. But there's just so much resistance up here on platinum. Yeah, that's a good idea, Steven. You can wait and see how it closes. I'm highly tempted to short platinum here, but I'm just kind of hoping it could just, if we could just get a true exhaust and squeeze up to like 12, oh, it would be juicy. So I'm waiting. My top picks for 10 o'clock are short platinum for now. We'll see, and short silver, but I want to wait and see exact entries. So we got about 12 minutes to go. Let's look at crude. We're not going to do anything, but I'm just curious to see. It sucked up nicely off that support, but you see, it can't hold anything. Not bad. Oh yeah, there's silver. That was a short. It fished up there. I'd have to short silver. Platinum, I think. waiting and watching. Markets are moving quick. Platinum's a wild one. It can just want it to squeeze up more. What do we have? We have Lagarde at 10:15. She'll be speaking. That'll be volatile. Okay, about 10 minutes to go here. Silver looking nice and weak. And a very close eye on platinum. Yeah, bonds trying to. These are the things you gotta. It's just up to you how you're going to trade, Steven. You know, we're all different. You can, you know, if your idea is to hold for the rest of the day, sometimes that'll work out really well. Sometimes it won't. You know, it's like, that's why everyone wants like the magic formula. You got, number one, you got to know what the hell's going on. You got to be able to read it. You know, that's great. And then number two, you got to be able to trade it, and that the context is always shifting. So, oh, here's platinum. Yeah. I'm shorting platinum here. I might regret it. Might, you know, pull the trigger a little too early, because it could just, it could squeeze up and through those highs, but there's too many good reasons to be short, so I'm short. Hopefully it'll just collapse. Copper looks weak. Daily on silver looks pretty weak. I think silver's got a lot of resistance potentially up in here. Just watching here. Be great if stocks could just get smashed along with bonds, and we could just have this, you know, There's ES heading down. That's nice. We just want everything to start heading down. So NQ seeing some resistance up here. Make or break for the NQ. Dow heading, trying to head lower. Russell looks weak. Here's the 10-year. I mean, we really just want bonds to stay under pressure so rates can keep rising. Five minutes till the hour. Yeah. Yeah, anything can happen, you know? It's like, but right now it looks like, you know, if the ultras can close down here, we'll see. I'd like to see him close down here. Gold is still kind of messy. Silver's interesting. We do have Lagarde speaking at 10:15, you know, that could be tricky. It's tough though. There's a lot of central bankers speaking right now. Well, I'm just gonna keep an eye on platinum for now since I'm short platinum from 907.3 right here. I do hard sometimes too because you can only watch really. I got to give my market full attention, you know, but silver might be a good short up here too. Because they're going to be pretty correlated though, I think. Volume profile on silver is a little iffy. I mean, I'm loving the volume profile on platinum. That doesn't mean the trade has to work, but we'll see. It's my pick. Any news coming out of 10? I don't think so. No, we've got Lagarde at 10:15. And then natural gas at 10:30. That'll move natural gas. And then crude oil at 11. And Bostic at 11:30. So it's 9:58. Bonds sure trying to pick up off the lows. Well, we'll see. It is 9:59. We've got 10 o'clock in 2 seconds. 10. Be nice if platinum could just drop hard and fast. I haven't had a lot of those trades lately, but sometimes you just pick them and you get lucky and it moves quickly in your direction. Those are nice. But these markets haven't been those markets lately. Yeah, silver could push higher. A little iffy here. I'm going to stay short platinum, but I'm going to keep a very close eye on it. It's going to be a tricky day. I can already see that. So you just got to, we're in tricky times and you just got to be careful during tricky times. ES. NQ. Tricky. Exercise caution. Copper. There's platinum, you guys. It's trying. And we're short. We're staying short. You know, my target would be somewhere down around. I mean, you never know. I don't have a target, but generally speaking, down in here somewhere. We'll see. You never ever want to, like, you know, get all excited about anything because then you get emotionally attached to it and trade can turn around, and it's just better to, like, I try to stay as neutral as possible. Sometimes I'll make a joke and cheer on the trade, but I'm really just trying to stay as neutral as possible. Because it's like we have no control over what's going to happen, right? It's like all we can do is just pick our spot. And I mean, they're like really anything can happen. And I keep saying that, but you got to believe it at your core because anything can happen. Like this, just anything. And you just have to, I think that the deeper you accept that, the better. Yeah, Steven, it looks all right. I mean, we'll see. It's got a long way to go before it's anything to write home about. Always humble, always on my toes, my friend. And you're there to remind me. I appreciate that. It's good. It's good. The teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, but that's, you know, that's the thing. It's like, out of all the markets, you know, we picked bonds. That was a pretty good spot, even though I had taken out a break even. But Steven, I think you did all right on that. And Now just kind of cycling through all the charts. You know, this is why I like to follow all the markets and just wait for the ones that look juicy. Because like this one on platinum, now regardless, it might still be a loss. Like we don't know what's going to happen, but at least I really liked how this trade was setting up. So now this was the one to pick for me for the 10 o'clock hour. We'll see. Looking at ES here real quick. And platinum can move, man. It can go up and down like crazy. So you just can't get excited about it. This is a tough day. ES, look at this. Happy to be staying away from ES. You can just see it on the charts. Like last week and this week are just, you know, they're. I suppose if you're like a really quick range bound scalper, maybe this market will benefit you. But when this market opens up and starts breaking levels, those traders are they're going to give back a lot of what they made. I don't wish ill upon anybody. Just the key with the trading is that you just gotta like the market is always changing, right? So that's the hard part. It's like, okay, to make money during one type of market condition, but then you got to continually try and navigate what's going on. That's what I try to do my best at. So here's the NASDAQ. Just kind of also pretty choppy. You know, obviously I bet on resistance, but the daily has, you can just see it's cross currents here. It's just not a time to trade. NASDAQ, not for me anyways. Dow. I mean, I'll tell you what, if the Dow could get back up to, because you know, this is how we like to trade, Steven, you know this. Pick our levels, let the market come to us. So the Dow, you know, if the Dow could get up to, oh yeah, 37,550, 560, kind of anywhere in that area. You know, that's if we got up there, that's an area where I would, you know, love to try and short the Dow. So we'll see if that happens. I'd have to run a little bit. But I know I don't want to mess with the Dow here. Because I'm always looking at where are we in relation to the weekly, the daily, the monthly. What's the overall context? Look at the Russell. And the Russell too, you know, just I think these things, I'm going to be careful with my platinum because I hope it drops, but Lagarde's coming on in 7 minutes. You know, she says one thing, these markets change quickly. You just got it. It's sometimes it can go your way, but I'm a risk averse trader. So when they're speaking, I tend to just, you know, kind of not take a lot of risk. Because I mean, look at stocks. They're kind of a mess right now. Let's look at the 10-year, kind of sitting here, probably also waiting for Lagarde. She's going to comment on the recent inflation data that's come out of it came out hotter than expected in the UK. I think EU came in line with expectations, but okay, the 10-year just got a big knockdown. So if the 10-year can start falling here, that would mean rates would be rising. You know, then platinum could have a good chance. We're up a little bit on it right now, but a couple $100, not still nothing to write home about. But we need the 10-year, you know, to shit the bed here. That's how that will keep this party going selling the rallies on metals and bonds because rates will keep rising. Yeah, let's go 10-year. Exactly, Stephen. Let's get the 10-year going. I'll see. Like I said, you know, Lagarde makes one comment, it can change the whole landscape. So gotta be careful on these days. 10 years trying. These ZBs trying. Kind of just stuck, waiting, but trying. UB's trying. I'm just catching up on your comments, Stephen. So what did you make your decision for UB? You still short, Stephen, from 18? See, that's the thing too. You know, I think a lot of people, you know, because the indices are volatile, you know, ES, NQ, they're volatile, they're exciting, you know, they're liquid. So a lot of people they just start on just NASDAQ and just trade NASDAQ or something. I mean, look at all these other future markets when you can read them all together. Like, how would you ever even know that you might have a chance to, you know, short the bonds or short some metal or platinum or gold or whatever? Like, you know, if you're patient and you know how to read charts and you have something that works, you can kind of just, you know, hopefully you can wait for other setups that sometimes are in that moment, you know, much better place to trade than say the indices or whatever, you know. Here's UB. Okay, so you're still short UB. Okay, nice. Hope it drops. It's dropping a little bit. It's trying. Kind of hoping we can just get a snap to the downside, make some money, and call it a day, you know. I'd like to go to the gym. Days have been long and brutal lately, just in terms of waiting. That's trading, you know. Some weeks you make months of income, and some weeks you just don't make anything. That's the way it works. Still short UB. How's vol on UB? Are you talking about like the profile, Stephen? Yeah, I mean, volume profile on UB certainly doesn't look bad. So hopefully it'll keep dropping. Platinum's jumping around a lot. It's just up a few $100 on these two contracts, and now it's back to only up like 220. It's like, well, with Lagarde coming on in 2 minutes, I might have to put my stop to break even just because I can't risk, you know, a $500 horrible, you know, comment from Lagarde. All right, my stop's at break even for platinum just because I can't risk Lagarde. I love this trade, I love it, but anytime a central banker comes on, I'm just careful. And I like to just give my positions a chance to run. Oftentimes I'll move it to break even. Sometimes I do a little too early, I get taken out, but that's just the way I like to manage risk. Like, some traders' focus is more on, you know, generating the most amount of return, which is great and fine. But, you know, my focus is, yeah, I want a good return, but I also want to keep my drawdowns, you know, manageable and comfortable. So that's just, those are personality types. You see the markets kind of, I think she's speaking at Davos, I'm not sure. And there would be probably some prepared remarks or something that would get released to the public, and the algos will read it in, 30 seconds, and then stuff starts moving. That's usually how it works. And I could see this might be the high of the day for platinum, or it might not be. I mean, the daily extension is not up until 9/11, 9/12, so could go up there. It would just be a better short. But this was a good spot to just get in and give it a chance. And it's trying. You close the UB. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Steven. It's like the central bankers are speaking. It's tough. And did you short platinum, Steven? One platinum. Oh, you closed. Nice. That's good. You locked it in. I've got mine open. But stop at break even. So we'll see. Let's look at the, yes. These are just, I'm just looking at the ES like weekly chart, and this could squeeze higher today. It really could. That's why I think platinum could go higher too, potentially. Bonds are trying to go higher. I'm closing platinum. So I'm flat platinum. I made like $160 total on that or something, but I basically closed it because I think it's probably going to head back to where my stop would have been at break even anyways. Who knows? Now that I closed it, it'll probably collapse. But Lagarde is speaking, and bonds look like they're trying to push a little bit higher. I know it's kind of a tricky day. Stocks look like they maybe want to squeeze. Look at the NASDAQ. Because I could see the Dow, I could see stocks trying to squeeze. It's possible. And the 10-year is trying to find some support here. So if the 10-year, because Lagarde's speaking, so you just never know if the bonds try and rally. I know I hate the days when central banks are, when you have Davos and central bank speakers, they really just fuck everything up. Like I don't like trading on those days just because I don't like holding positions while they're speaking. They can tip off to their buddies. I mean, gold is trying to push a little higher here. Silver is squeezing higher. I mean, don't know how long that'll last, but you kind of, Better to be short platinum when gold and silver are kind of under pressure. Right now, this silver 4-hour chart, I mean, look at this. This is silver, guys, on the 4-hour chart. Look at this. No. Don't want to be short into all that support. Yeah, it might break, but better just wait. Like right now, I see a good level on silver is up around 22.90 something up in there. So just better just to wait for the go-to levels. Platinum's kind of dropping a little bit now, so it'll probably go down, I'm sure. Here's copper. You're flat. Yeah, I'm flat. I think platinum's probably going to keep dropping. It's just that I hate holding positions when central bankers are speaking. Really do. Now platinum is going. Silver might be finding some. Copper. Platinum. I'm just watching and thinking. Oh, crude has quite a lot of support here on the 4-hourly. I think it's just kind of why I'm like a little nervous about platinum right now. So it'll probably drop and I'm not in. But the reason I didn't want to hold it is not only Lagarde, but like crude looks like it could be bullish now. Gold and silver are trying to push higher. Stocks look like they could try to squeeze a little higher. 10-year so far is holding down here. So if it starts to squeeze, if everything starts squeezing at once, you know, I could see platinum stabilizing and reversing and trying to hit that 912 level. It doesn't look like that's going to happen now, and probably I shouldn't have closed it, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, I could have left mine at break even, I suppose. That might have not been a bad idea. But still kind of close to where I got out of it. So it's not. We'll see what happens. We're trading well. We're doing, I mean, because again, you got to look at context, right? Like it's not about the money you make, it's about the money you don't lose, right? And then you focus on your plan, you'll make money. Look at the ES here for the last 4 hours. Like it's just, you know, nothing. Let's look at the NASDAQ. You know, it's not, it looks like it. I just kind of have a feeling that these things want to maybe squeeze a little higher. And I think Lagarde might say something. Because, you know, she's got to look at the NASDAQ, right? These are the highs here, right? How are all the insiders going to, at Davos, they probably just told Lagarde, like, look, we got to dump our shares to these idiots. Can you please just say something to get this market into all-time high territory so everybody will come in and start buying, and then the insiders just sell. You know, I read a statistic right now. The insiders have sold something like, it's extreme insider selling right now, like just hundreds of millions of shares they've been offloading. Meanwhile, retail speculative positioning is at an all-time high right now, or very close to it. So you have retail just, we're going to the moon, and the insiders are like, yeah, you want to buy it? Sure, I got, how much do you want to buy? I got as much as you want. The insiders are selling, right? So I'm kind of thinking one last little rally here for all of mankind, maybe up and through these highs today, and then see what happens. But I think it's getting pretty frothy up here. They probably told Lagarde, like, you know, hey, we got to just, can you just say something to jack this thing higher? We'll see. They can tip off their buddies anytime. Are you kidding me? Like, it's not a conspiracy. That's just the way the world works. Like, somebody who's a CEO of a company who has a product that hasn't launched and they know it's going to be a good product, of course they're going to call their buddies and be like, hey, you should, buy this stock. Nobody gets prosecuted. So that's why, to me, it looks like stocks can squeeze. She's speaking. She's in Davos. Exercising a cautious tone. Plus, the charts are also telling us to exercise a cautious tone. Here's the Dow. It's going to continue to wait for the setups. Russell. Here's the 10-year. See, the 10-year just looks to me, that 4-hourly right there, that looks to me more like an exhaust. And you see the double bottom here? Right there. It just looks to me like it may want to squeeze back up here first. And with stocks looking like they're trying to push higher, if the 10-year rallies here and rates pull back a little bit, that could be the catalyst to cause stocks to push up and through those highs, which I think they want to do. Which is why I pulled my platinum short. Win, lose, or draw. Those are my reasons. Here's the 30-year. The long end is still looking a little weaker, but certainly not dropping. The ultras, look at this, just not much going on. Let's look at gold. Really, Steven, I get much better reads on the volume-based charts, instead of charting time, like 15-minute hourly. I love charting volume, but I can't really feasibly chart volume across this many pairs because they'll all be closing, not pairs, but asset classes, they'll all be closing at different times. If I have the NASDAQ, I usually like to run, instead of running an hourly chart on the NASDAQ, I usually like to run like a 40,000 contract bar chart. But then if I run a 40,000 contract on the NASDAQ, I usually run like an 80 or 100,000 on ES, 10,000 on the Dow, and then they're all closing at different times. So they're a lot better to use if you're trading an individual market, in my opinion. But for all these markets, the minute charts are just more realistic to switch back and forth. All right, let's look. See, gold is pushing higher here too. Certainly don't want to buy any of this. Copper is languishing. Platinum. I think platinum, the charts are awesome. Lagarde wasn't speaking. I would still be short platinum. She's probably eating caviar at Davos, and she just stopped me from holding on to my winner. Just kidding. I'm not a victim. I'm just having fun. What did you say, Steven? Do you like tick charts? Yeah, I like tick charts and volume charts better, but I just can't do it across all these assets. But yeah, they give way better reads for day trading. Here's copper. I think if we stay patient and get a good bounce, hang in there. We get short later. Oh, we got nat gas inventories in 2 minutes. What do we got here for nat gas? How's our volume looking? Nat gas looks super weak on the weekly and the daily charts. I'm not going to trade it, but nat gas can get nuts. I suppose if we I don't know, a lot of resistance above, because they just love to go take out stops on these sometimes. So I'm always trying to imagine, like, okay, where will the stops be? And then sometimes I'll just throw an order there. And, it works more often than it doesn't. Like right now on nat gas, the stops would be above those highs here at like 296, 297. I don't have an order in, but let's just see The news is going to come out. The inventories will come out here in 2 seconds. Let's watch if nat gas gets nuts. Look. See how much that thing just jumps? Put it on my DOM. Just keeping an eye on the nat gas here. Just, you never know. I mean, for example, you got some nice resistance up in here. Sometimes you can just get a gift. Right now it just looks weak. Not super crazy price action though. You know, sometimes you'll really get, you know, big hourly ranges on some of these. Lately, not much. I think it's, again, the market's just transitioning now. Nat gas doesn't like doing anything. I'm just gonna go use the restroom, guys. Take about a 5-minute break. It's 10:30. I'll take maybe a 15-minute break because it is 10:30. We're gonna do our next check for 11 a.m. So I'll be back, you know, 10:45. So we have about 15 minutes to go through everything and see, you know, if there's anything that we like. Great. Hopefully Lagarde will be done speaking. I'll be right back. I'll leave the stream running. Steven, what do you want to watch? What do you want on the screen? You want ES, NQ? Yeah, natural gas is not one I've traded a lot, and probably, I don't know, not a lot of contracts. NQ? Okay, I'll put an NQ. So here comes NQ. Look at this. All right, I'll leave you with NQ. I'll be back. I'm just gonna click the webcam here. And I'm gonna mute the mic. I'll be back, you guys. All right, I'm back. I'm just eating, so I have the webcam off for right now. Yep, NQ is pushing higher. So it's good. We're staying out of traps. Isn't that great? Just stay out of traps. Okay, we could have gone long, but I don't like to get into a market where I don't really know what it's going to do. We have our suspicions. We know at least we don't want to go short. That's great. So, question is, I think the Nasdaq's going to squeeze the rest of the day. I just have a feeling. So far, if we look at, we have to recognize the day we're in, right? You see how the 4-hourly is trending here? The hourly is trending. 15-minute is trending. So this might be one of these trend days that takes us all the way up to like 17,150 up here. I mean, it's not that far, but I'm sure we'll have better trades, but we'll see. Could maybe look to play the long side if we keep squeezing on the 15-minute, but not really ready to do that yet. Let's look at ES. ES not quite squeezing same way yet, but probably will catch up. But I don't want to chase these markets. I mean, if there's nothing else, maybe on the Nasdaq, but I think it's better just to wait for these to come to us. ES is just tight, choppy. I'm not really seeing anything that I like. The Dow. No, we'd have to go higher on the Dow. I'm not really interested in anything there. Let's look at the Russell. I mean, look, these markets are just stuck here right now. Look at the 10-year. Trying to head lower, but here the 30 years. Trying to head lower. Bonds. We get gold. We got gold. I get involved in this here. So we get silver. Silver, I'm more open. You got some resistance up in here on the hourly for sure. You're in hourly congestion. You see, kind of trending down, snap lower, pull back higher. You got a potentially nice 2280, maybe. The 4-hourly, you got some resistance up in here. I could see silver potentially ranging between 2285 and 2265. That's 20 cents. So I'm potentially interested in silver. I don't really have a great level to trade against, but the daily has some resistance up here, so I might take a shot at silver. We'll see. Interested in silver for sure. So we'll come back to silver, but that's not a bad little pattern there. Let's look at copper. Oh, copper. Nice little potential resistance pattern there on copper. For sure. See where that closes. Platinum. I still think platinum's going to drop, but see, it may even drop now. But see, I'm glad I closed the trade because really, we'll see. It may drop in the last 5 minutes here. It does that a lot, but I'm in this trade. If I short platinum here in the hourly, I really, by the end of this hour, I want this thing down here. That tells me that, for me, I don't want to sit around in this. It's like I shorted here. If the selling's aggressive, I mean, we should be down here, and we might go there in the next 5 minutes, but Anyways, don't regret that. Let's look at crude is rallying. Oh, we've got the crude inventory number coming out. I think crude is going to rally now here. I mean, that 4-hour pattern is strong. That was a good support level for the day down there. Interesting. Okay, cool. I'm working on some really cool stuff, Steven, in terms of just some days, just setting an order. Like today, I came into the day with crude. I was like, if I was going to set an order and just not touch it, my order was literally going to be at about 72.25. That was, you know, that was when we were kind of up in here. And we made a low of like 72.15. So that's pretty damn good. I don't know if it's going to be like that every day, but I'm keeping an eye on these. Because I don't like to just leave orders and let them go. But I am now starting to see that there are some pretty good areas to set them on certain days. So we'll work up to that. But nothing for the 11 o'clock hour for crude there. There's nat gas. Let's look at Bitcoin. I'm probably going to short silver, I think. Oh, Bitcoin. I gotta put Bitcoin more on my yeah, exactly. I'm glad you remember that, Stephen. You're here to you know, keep track of my I'm streaming and talking. I can't keep track of all the levels I'm calling, but I know they're pretty good. Bitcoin had a nice resistance level up in here earlier. I gotta remember. I'll rearrange the list so I keep track of Bitcoin and Ethereum a little better. Let's see. Oh, TradeStation's no longer doing crypto. That's a bummer. Wonder why. So yeah, I would love. It's not bad on silver here, certainly. I'll see. I mean, bonds look weak, so I think that was just. I think silver. What's the dollar doing? Yeah, I think. Yeah. I think I have to short silver here. I'll let you know when I do, but I'm kind of eyeing. All right, I'm short silver. At 76. See if I did it too early, we'll see. But bonds are dropping. Dollar's strong. Silver's kind of in congestion here. The volume looks pretty good up here. This 15-minute here looks like it could have been a little exhaust, some big volume. So we'll see, but I'd like this now. I'd like this to kind of get going and close down here, because what I've seen lately on silver is when the trade is correct, it's kind of dropping. Let's see. There's a little bit of a, you know, it's, I don't know. The hourly is not perfect. I might regret this. But the daily is still, I mean, you've got a lot of resistance here. And with bonds dropping right now and the dollar as strong as it is, just, we'll see. And I'm eating a scone from my wife. Scones. I really want this to close down. I might be being a little too aggressive here. Right now, there's still a lot of support here that really needs to break if this is going to be correct. Okay, I'm trying to drop. Let's go, silver. Drop. Go. Show us you mean it. I'm not celebrating, but I would like to see it just keep dropping. It would be nice. Dollar's getting stronger. It's at 0872.73 against the euro. Bonds are dropping. So let's have silver catch down. Yeah, UB's down. I really like silver. Just, I mean, silver's another one, kind of like bonds. If you get it, it can just drop. Platinum's dropping now, ultimately. So, come on, silver, you need to go down. Euro's gaining a little against the dollar. I don't like to see that. I really want this to close down in here. Otherwise, I might just close it. Because this 15-minute needs to go for congestion entrance down. And if it doesn't, then I don't want to be in this because it might push higher. So I'll let you know. We've got 45 seconds. I'm going to give it 45 seconds to try and get a close down here around 72 or lower. But I'm watching very carefully. Top is at break even. Top is at break even. The silver is one of those, it's like I've been in the position so many times because now I'm short 2 contracts, but sometimes like I'll want to be in silver, and when it works, man, it just runs away from you. You can't get in when it's a good trade. So if this is a good trade, it should run away and people should chase to the downside. Otherwise, it's going to come back and hit our stop. Let's see. Kind of been one of those days like right now I'm up $200. It's like, it's just like, just take the 200 because it's like, it's been one of those days where like so many times I've been up like 200. So I'm holding it for now. It's kind of getting picked up there. I could see that. I could see that about to happen. I was about to close it. Maybe probably another break even. As you could see, the bids were dropping, but the offers weren't dropping. I think this is going to go higher. Yep, I'm out of break even. That's all right. It's kind of one of those days. You know, I was right down there. I was like, nah, should I take that off for a couple hundred? That's not bad. But I just can't, because the moment you do that, this thing just drops and there's your $1,500 for the day. I'll just wait for this to go higher and see, because there is a lot of hourly resistance up into that 2280 level. And see, the reason, guys, I'm just being so careful on this particular day is, number one, it's a overall tough, challenging day. But you can see here, see on the 15-minute chart here, those highs, you know, with that punching up there, if this trade is correct, where I shorted should have closed down there. The fact that it didn't told me that those highs were still strong support potentially. So I didn't really want to be short against that support, which is why I had my stop at break even, you know. Now I'm having a scone. It's a choppy day. Choppy 2 weeks. Yes. So now silver probably will drop, but if that happens, just that kind of a day. What do you think, Steven? You short silver? Eating, guys, while I flip through the charts here. Nice. Good luck, Steven. Don't forget, we've got Bostic of the Fed speaking too. At 11:30. Let's see what crude did for the inventories. Crude seems pretty bullish today. We've got a lot of support now down into like 72.40. So if we were to slam back down into these lows, I might look to get long down there, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. There's Bostic is speaking at 11. This is like the week for all kinds of Fed governors, and it's just, that's why I'm exercising extreme caution this week. For me, what I can see on the charts last week and this week is like, these are not capital growth weeks. These are capital conservation weeks. And whatever I make is just, you know, a bonus. It's like gravy. Just trying to put myself in good positions with not a lot of risk. Yeah, crude would have been good from 72.25. Platinum, you know, it's like, obviously you can see we picked the top, basically, right up in here, right? So I could have held it, and certainly, I think overall on those two contracts I only made like $170 or something, but I don't know, just didn't. Maybe I'm being overly cautious, but I'd rather be overly cautious than, you know, than be a cowboy. There's Ethereum. Got a lot of resistance up here on Ethereum at 2540. Bitcoin, same thing, into 42,850-ish up in here. It's like, I don't know, Steven, can you feel like the markets, maybe it's just me, but like I'm used to, it feels like the markets are just not, you know, I'm used to like getting into trades, and when I get in, I kind of know like when I'm right, which is, you know, often enough, like I know pretty quickly, like it goes. Whereas this week, it just kind of feels like a lot is just, it's just sitting there. I don't know. It's like the price action is just, you know, a little tricky. So here's copper. Did we switch? Are we? No, we should be in March. What's going on with copper here? Oh no, sorry, this isn't copper. This is feeder cattle. I was like, what's going on? All right, let's just look at. I'm not going to trade the cattle, so I don't really want to look. I don't even care. So you can see the reason I closed that silver is because I could see the euro. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you guys see this over here? This yellow? No, I think I'm blocking it on the scoreboard. Anyways, the euro is at 1.0883, 84 now, 85 soon. And we were at, you know, when I shorted silver, we were here at 108.72. And I could see the euro creeping up on the scoreboard over here. And I didn't want to be short silver there with, you know, the euro maybe going to push back to 109 against the dollar. No, maybe silver still will drop. But if I can help it, I want to be short silver when I see the dollar strengthening and bonds dropping with rates going up, because I know that that's just, you know, those are the trades I'm comfortable holding, because it's like everything is, it's like I can't ask for anything more. Those are the trades I like, you know, if I can't ask for anything more. And that means letting go of a lot of potentially, you know, decent trades. But it's also, you know, I can only live stream really, you know, about 3-4 hours a day before I just get too tired and whatever. But I still, you know, when I see a good trade in the evening as I'm eating with the family, I'll put something on, and those are nice. But so far, New York has just been not a lot of volatility. Yeah, exactly. They're not really in sync right now. You can see silver's kind of just flirting with that 76 level. That's why those are, you know, this is just personality. Like that's why for me, I don't want to be short 2 silver. I mean, to really make the trade worth it, I got to start with 2, because, you know, I want it to drop at least 10 cents and make a grand, right? But I also, like, I'm, you know, I don't want to take unnecessary risk. So that's why if I'm in and I love everything I see, then the market should confirm that, you know, pretty immediately by going my direction. So platinum kind of did that at first. It was, you know, starting to go our direction, and I probably should have left it till the close of the hour at least. But, you know, again, with Lagarde speaking, these are the realities of trading, right? We should do a YouTube video and put out a thumbnail, like the realities of trading. But that would get like 3 views, because only like 3 or 4 people are actually interested in the realities of trading. I'm just kidding. I think a lot of people are interested. You just have to find the right content. And as a content creator, you gotta like, you know, you gotta hope that somehow your content gets through the, you know, it's like through the pond of bullshit before it gets out to so people can see it, right? They're very busy clicking on Lambo Raul. How are they gonna find you? All right, here's ES. I'm just talking, guys, having fun. Sometimes I gotta amuse myself. Okay, look, I mean the ES, I you know, we'll see, guys, but I think this puppy's gonna squeeze. I just do. And I might want to partake in the squeeze at some point. Because we haven't had a move yet. We still have Bostic coming on here in about 15 minutes. We'll see what happens. But you know, look at the way that the daily here. This is the daily chart from yesterday. The way that we sucked up on close right there. I don't know, it's impressive. So and with what you're seeing on the NASDAQ today, I kind of have a feeling if the NASDAQ can hold on to those gains, the ES is going to try and push up here. And if it is, then this, and you can see, right, this is the daily we were just looking at. Look at the 4 hourly, right? Like, what do you see? I see a, you know, even though I'm overall bearish on the market, just, you know, monthly, weekly, daily overall, I can't ignore the signs of what I'm seeing, which in this exact moment is a pretty sustainable 4 hour trend run up. So if the 4 hours trending up, what should the hourly do? Well, it should probably exit congestion up, right? 15-minute I only use when I'm about to enter a trade. Anyways, it looks bullish from here potentially. Especially like, what's the NASDAQ doing? Especially if the dollar gets a little weaker temporarily, if rates, you know, bonds pull back a little bit, these could squeeze. See the NASDAQ squeezing. It's just kind of like a subtle, just trend day to the upside on the NASDAQ. It is actually trending. I mean, so far it's a trend day, and the ES hasn't really started yet. The reason, you know, some people maybe taking advantage of that trend day on the NASDAQ, and maybe it looks easy from that perspective, but from my perspective, I'm just too focused on, you know, look at the weekly here. Like, this is ES on the weekly. And then look at the NQ on the weekly. Like, this is just, you know, if the daily, I'm looking for a daily trend day that's in line with what I'm seeing on the weekly. So daily trend, weekly trend is much more believable. I mean, much more willing to risk on that. And they come plenty. You just gotta wait. I think we're gonna, it just looks like we're squeezing here. Go back to ES. That's why I think these metals, that's why they're kind of stabilizing. They just look like they want to get dragged up potentially. I hope that makes sense. Just what I'm seeing anyways. Oh, and also that's what also makes it hard, right? Like, the good trend day is when they're all kind of just firing, right? Where this is why, like, I'm wondering why is this all looking so off today? It's because look at the Dow. The Dow as well. I mean, just going nowhere. The Russell going nowhere. It's trying, you know, trying to go higher, trying to go lower. Now it's probably coming back, trying to go higher. Like, just not a lot of good. It's just, there's not a lot of coherence right now, and the best trades are present when there's coherence. Is really what I'm looking for. You know, I'm looking for that one good trade every, you know, I might have to take 2 or 3 of them or whatever to find it. I may have to take a couple of break evens, a couple small losses, hopefully small. But I'm really just looking for that, you know, one good trade that goes that I can hold and ride. And that's what I should have done with copper the other, you know, yesterday. I made some money on it. That was great, but I should have made a lot more. I think I was tired yesterday, you know, the snowplow kept me awake. Sometimes that happens. So here's the 10-year. You can see it's, you know, we'll see Bostic. I guess he's gonna 14 minutes. We'll see. Here's the 30-year. You think ES is going to fall, Steven? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. It could. I think, I don't know. I just, we'll see. Ultra bonds here are certainly. Yeah, that was. I don't know. I guess I like to get on markets, you know, like trending markets, get a pullback like this on the 15 and it just goes like this is the bonds from earlier. I just congestion type of stuff. I can trade it obviously, but maybe if the market stays like this, I'm going to have to really get into just picking off spots in the 15-minute congestions. A lot of money to be made. It's always, you read a lot of professional trader books or, you know, people, really famous people like Paul Tudor Jones or, you know, the market wizards. One thing a lot of them talk about is that, you know, where they lost money in their career or where they learned to like be more risk averse in their career was when something they were doing was working and then suddenly it just, you know, they had to figure out like, oh, the market is entering a new regime. And then they had to adapt to that new regime. And that's kind of what made them market wizards, is that they were able to continuously adapt, you know, year after year after year. No matter what the market threw at them, they were able to make adjustments and just keep firing away and making, you know, great returns. Right now, I think I'm just kind of feeling my way into this 2024 market, which has started off with some choppy conditions. All this back here, I mean, this is fantastic. You see like all this volatility to the downside, all this to the upside. This will come back. Right now we're just here, the weekly chart. Well, that's one thing, Steven, I was going to ask you. You know how you see like all this clickbait out there, like, oh, I made $9,000 yesterday and da-da-da. Like, have you noticed that they're all quote unquote funded traders who like, you know, they'll make whatever, like 4 or 5 points total on the NASDAQ, but they'll do it on like 10 or 20 contracts or 50 contracts. It's like, I don't think do people understand how, I did a video on this. I posted it to the channel today. I'm hoping people see this video. Do people understand how much risk they're taking, these guys, to get those returns? And it's just a matter of time before they're in one of these trades with, you know, 10 of their challenge accounts and, you know, 10 contracts each. And the market just immediately snaps 30, 40 points against them. It's like, boom, everything's gone. Like, I don't think people understand that. So I try to do a video talking about that. Yeah, I think the ES, it looks to me like it wants to push higher because I'm just not seeing evidence of why it would want to fall if the 4 hour is trending up like this. Strong trend run. And look at the recovery from yesterday. The 4 hour, I mean, look, yesterday trending down, found support. Now our trend reversal up on the 4 hour. That might change, but right now it's not looking like it. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it's their sponsor. I think they have deals, to be honest with you. I bet you there are backdoor deals where the prop firms who sponsor these traders say, look, we'll give you unlimited accounts. So you can just trade super aggressive, put up big numbers, market the prop firm, and we'll just give you unlimited accounts. So just trade your heart out. But let's say you trade huge and you qualify for like a, you know, a $30,000 or $40,000 or $50,000 payout. I bet you the prop firm's just like, you know, no, like we're going to pay you a base of, you know, whatever, 30 grand, whatever their deal is, their partnership deal. Like, oh, we'll pay you, you know, Patrick Whelan, they probably say to him like, oh, we'll pay you 40 grand a month or 50 grand a month. I don't know what they pay him, something like that. And then therefore he can just trade his freaking heart out with no pressure at all because it's not real. And then, you know, if he loses, no big deal. He gets more accounts. If he gets a big payout, he can say, oh, look, I'm getting a big payout, But he and Apex, it's a private company. They can have a back end deal and says, he's on salary. He doesn't get payouts. That's why he can gamble. This is the way I think those things are working. And it really distorts, expectations in the trading world. And that's dangerous especially for me. It's not dangerous. I've been trading for a long time. I know how hard trading really is. I know you can make money at it, but it takes consistent dedication and, just a whole lot of things got to come together before you can be consistently profitable on, these prop firm traders. And I don't think they're doing it. I think that these shenanigans are being played behind the scenes. Let me know what you think. That's just kind of my... I kind of like having the webcam off right now, you guys, if you don't mind, because I don't feel like turning my big bright light on. Got a little bit of a headache. Yeah, I think that regulation is coming too. It needs to come. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think the marketing and all that stuff around it is not, I think that's all a bad idea. But the idea in itself, I don't think is a bad idea at all. But it can be abused. And I think there's just, those prop firms are making so much money that it's just, they don't care if people get unrealistic expectations. In fact, they want that. The more people chasing the dream is more revenue. All right, this is ES. Yeah, I think we're squeezing. NQ squeezing. This is the thing. When I look back on this day, I called the monthly point of control here at 16,980. So, and yeah, that did turn out to be support for the NASDAQ for now. But with bonds dropping, rates rising, I put it this way, like I'm waiting for big moves. I think the next big move on the NASDAQ is going to be down. I just, is it going to happen tomorrow? I don't know. But if bonds keep falling and rates keep rising and the dollar keeps getting strong, the higher the NASDAQ goes here, it's just ultimately setting up for, I think, a bigger move to the downside. Now that could change if bonds stabilize and reverse because of Fed intervention or something like that. But I don't think the Fed's going to intervene anytime soon, because they don't intervene until something breaks. Yeah, I've tried a few because I'm actually launching another separate company. I wanted to see how they operated. I want to see like how their fills were and stuff like that. And I'm launching another company with some partners that is not. It's not a prop firm, but it's, I can't talk about the model too much until we actually come out with it. We have programmers right now that are developing it in the back end, but when I saw prop firms coming out, I said, oh, that's a good idea. But I wanted to come up with something I had an idea for something that I thought was a lot like more fun, way less risk to the trader. Like you'll see it's almost ready to launch. I think and that's a whole separate company. So that's not connected to Owings Trading. But that'll be, maybe March, that company will launch. So I want to do some research on what other prop firms were doing. Yeah, I passed, I think I passed like maybe, I took 4, I think I passed 2 out of 4. And then I didn't accept the accounts. I'm not going to take it and then pass it and then give more money. I don't like their drawdown rules. Like for me, that doesn't work. Like, okay, whatever, you get a 50 grand account, but what if you really only get like whatever, 2 grand or whatever it is, it's like, and sometimes there's a trailing draw, right? So like if I get in a big position that like for me, if I get in a position that I like that starts dropping or going up or whatever, and I start adding, I mean, I need to be able to, if I really like the position, I need to be able to sit through some minor pullbacks. But if you've got, 3 or 4 contracts of, whatever, silver or something else on, those pullbacks are going to eat away at that trailing draw. One false step and you're dead. So I think that those, I think that the challenges are good for scalpers mostly, because that's another thing too. You can't hold trades overnight. You know, sometimes if I'm in a good position, like on the NASDAQ or something, and I think it's going to run the rest of the next day, I'll leave it open. It's rare, but it happens, and it's nice to have that flexibility. So I think it's good for scalpers. Most people lose. I've seen some people out there that can like scalp and game the system. I've thought about, like you said, you know, setting up my own scalping bot to, you know, taking 30 or 40 or 50 G's off of a prop firm. That wouldn't be bad. So I'm not opposed to that. I mean, it's capitalism. They've got the company. So if I can find a fair way to beat them, yeah, I'm open to that. But as far as like just normal, regular trading, I don't think they're good for that. But that's just my 2 cents. And that's why I started a company, because my company is going to just be a lot more fun. I'm very tempted to bring up the website here for my company because it's already built, the site, but I just can't, Stephen. But I'll tell you about it as we get closer to launch. It's just because we have programmers working on the back end, and also the company I'm starting is not having anything to do with futures or Forex. And a lot of these companies have CFDs, which are illegal in the US. We're dealing with stocks. So it's going to be stock trading. Yeah, it's cool. It's gonna it's totally like Owings trading is like, it's me, my, you know, everything is my personal trading. Like my heart and soul's gone into all of my, you know, methodology and my indicators for many years, and that's just, this is like my thing that I love. The other company that I'm starting is actually, you know, it's like Owings trading. I don't market Owings trading. I don't put any money aside from, like, you know, what I've time and stuff like that. But the other company is like, you know, that's a real company that, you know, requires investment capital and, you know, hiring programmers, and I've got partners, and, you know, we've got a marketing budget. So that'll be funny because, like, I'm the principal owner in that company, but as soon as it launches, like, that company will probably get like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 YouTube subscribers like in the first week because of the marketing budget we're putting behind it. Trade the pool? No, I don't know what is trade the pool? I'll check that out. Thanks for the link. I don't know what that is. I mean, I can guess what it is. There's like a pool of funds that you somehow get access to, like maybe a different, like a prop firm, but maybe more fair and better. That's what it sounds like to me, but I'll read about it. I'm curious. I mean, if I ever found a good way where I didn't have to risk my own capital, obviously, like, that would be awesome. That would be like the best ever. All right, I got to focus. 11:30, Bostic is speaking. I don't want to miss anything here. So we've got, oh, it's stock trading. Oh, okay, cool. Because we're going to offer stocks. So thanks. I'll check it out and see what they're doing. We're not prop trading, but anyways, I'll check it out. Okay, so ES, I do think we're going to squeeze, but let's see what Bostic, you know, he's going to have some notes that get released. When Waller spoke the other day, man, there was like a ton of volatility that came in immediately. But see, ES, I don't want to mess with this here in the middle. Look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ squeezing. I think these are going to keep squeezing. I really do. It just, that's the way it looks to me. Dow, I'm not getting involved in this. Because the Dow and the Russell are super weak, but now they're going to benefit and get dragged up probably by ES squeezing higher as NASDAQ squeeze higher. So there's cross currents. And if that's happening, bonds are probably going to rally a little here. Question is, you know, do I see... I just can't, I can't buy bonds down here. Absolutely not. I mean, I think bonds are going to go down for the next couple of months. So I'm going to patiently wait for really good shorts. Here is the ZB. So you do have, I'm still waiting to short bonds. I mean, this is the thing with bonds. This is what's been so strange about them lately. Like, I love bonds. Like, normally they're really volatile. I mean, they're calm, but you still like, they'll swing from one side to the other. Like they just haven't been, we're reading the direction really well. They just haven't been giving great, like, they haven't been super easy to get entries and trade, but that'll change. Here's ultra bonds. I just love like a push back up here, you know, at some point to get short. That's what I'm waiting for today. I'm waiting to short bonds because look at this daily, you guys. I mean, just firing to the downside. So weekly too. I mean, look at this. We're headed, and look at the monthly. In the monthly, this is what I've been saying since the beginning of the month. I mean, we're going down here. We just are. And really down here. So, and the reason is because when I look at the yearly and the quarterly, I mean, it just looks weak. So, I mean, obviously, if the picture changes, I'll you know, if the technicals start changing in some way, I'll adapt. I'm not like dogmatic. I'll go happily long as happily short. But right now, the energy is down, and that's the way I like to play it. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea, Steven. That's how I like to trade. It's just what your odds of success are going to go way higher if you just accept that you don't want to trade against the trend and just wait for your spots. And that'll mean a lot of days, especially now when the market's like, you know, this, but it means a lot of days of not doing a whole lot. But then, you know, if you're patient, you wait, you have one really good day, you make 3 or 4 grand, you know, that's great. Then it's okay to be patient and wait. Yeah, so just to get my mind straight right now, stocks, I do think they're going to squeeze, but it's you know, still I think the better play is waiting for the short in bonds if they can pop. Kind of what I'm most interested in. Gold looks, you know, gold is just doing absolutely nothing. I think we're waiting, you know, if gold can rally today. So I'm hoping some of these just set up some great shorts for tomorrow. Because if gold can just rally up into this daily pocket, I mean, that would be fantastic shorting for tomorrow. But if it's going to rally today, there might be some good longing, counter trend longing. I'm not opposed to it. Just got to be careful. Here's silver. So I feel like I made the right call there. Gave myself a little shot, but man, this is why I manage it well. I just like to keep a close eye on my risk. And like I said, I was seeing the dollar, I was seeing rates, and thought, I don't want to sit in this. So let's look at copper. Yeah, copper's pushing higher. Again, I think these are just going to set up great short. Yeah, so copper now. See, this is what we got to wait for. Copper, you know, there's a lot of resistance up here now into, again, is this where I shorted yesterday? I think it's close. 3.76. Yeah, we're 3.75. So we could exhaust up here. You see, this is kind of similar to what we saw in platinum earlier, guys. You see here in platinum. Oh, no, not platinum. What was it? Yeah, on platinum. But here on the 4-hour. You see this on the 4-hour platinum? That's why I shorted there. And if you look at copper, it looks similar, but on the hourly. Yeah, that looks similar. So if we could get a drive up here, that'd be nice. But on platinum, you know, I'm happy with that. Because, you know, I'm just always thinking about risk, and shorting here, a couple of contracts, good, gave myself a shot, but I'm really, I want the trade. Like if I'm in a platinum trade, I'll find you one that I like. This one, I didn't take it because it just, at that time, I didn't like what I saw, but I want something like this. Like if I get short, I want to see it move hard and fast. Those are the ones, you know, because when you see the speed too coming in, the momentum, once you're in the trade on your first couple of contracts, you know, and you see, okay, I'm probably right on this. And then you see the dollar getting stronger, everything's working. That's when you can throw on your, you know, your second, you know, your second lot. Or if you started with 2, you throw on the second 2. It keeps going, move your stop down, throw on the second 2. Like that's what I like to do. And those opportunities they come in, like sometimes they come, you know, often, and sometimes they, you know, take a while to set up. Sorry, I'm going to read the chat. Stock trading prop firm, cool. Look at their model. Yeah, thanks. I'll check that out. You're not going against a trend. That's good. Yeah, it feels like a setup day for tomorrow for sure. What do you mean about NI job HG? You're talking about copper? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was oh, maybe you're saying nice job. Thanks. Yeah, that was about 3.76. It was 3.595 actually. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of getting back up there. So if you look at copper here, I mean the 4-hourly, look at this. You got to like this. It's just a nice congestion zone. So I don't really expect, though anything's possible, I don't expect the hourly to just keep firing to the upside. You know, I'd have to get through all this first. We'll see, but get some really good resistance up in here. Really good. So, you know, copper might be the short of the day. Who knows? And you never know what time the trade of the day is going to come. You know, sometimes it comes like, I love when it comes at like 8 a.m. and then, you know, you can pyramid, make a lot of money. You're done by 10. But there haven't been many of those days lately. These have been long days, waiting and not much happening. Yeah, I think we are. I think NQ is ripping. There's NQ. Yep. Well, yeah, I think we are at all-time highs. Yeah. Yeah, we're gunning for the daily. Man, there are some shorts getting squeezed here. Big time. Because this chart was pretty bearish. Just happy to not be getting squeezed. Am I long? No. But I'm not short. Let's look at ES. ES is, you know, I think it's going to join the party. That's a fairly reliable catch-up trade. If you see, you know, NASDAQ ripping, chances are ES is going to catch up. So this is one where I'd probably turn the algo on to the buy side. Because it just looks pretty. I mean, the NASDAQ is probably going to break through those highs and just go. And I think ES will probably go as well. Oh, well, why don't I go long? It's just not my type of trading. But yeah, so Dow. Yeah, so the Dow is exactly punching. There's a lot of resistance, like I called out earlier on the Dow, up around 37,560. So up in here. So kind of waiting for that. Here's the Russell doing nothing. Do the 10-year. Trying to drop. Not really seeing anything. So EB. I mean, rates are going up and stocks are hitting all. This happens from time to time. These are the, you know, when you get this divergence between rates and stocks, who's going to win this battle? Rates. Stocks are going to catch down to bonds. I mean, that's my opinion. Obviously, I don't know what's going to happen. So now we have Bostic is saying something. So maybe it'll pour some. Yeah, UB's making ZB and UB look like they're making fresh lows. So maybe I'm gonna look to. I gotta do a quick check here. So stocks, I'm just not interested in. Gold here is dropping now, so I'm gonna look at silver again. Silver, can't take this because I just don't have. But copper is the one I like if it can push anywhere up here really. 3 point get you a lot. If bonds keep dropping, where's the dollar? Dollar's at 0889. I mean, copper at 75.30 right there is pretty good resistance. So copper I'm not against. I don't know, I'm gonna wait till the hourly close. But if we could push a little higher up in here. See, copper is going to get a little bit of a boost from the markets. If the Dow starts to squeeze, you don't want to, I mean, I don't know. It's just a safer trade. Be short copper when the Dow's just kind of sitting there. Here's platinum. I might have to short platinum back up here. See, so we're still trending. Yeah, I hear you, Steven. I know what you mean. I'm not nervous, but I'm also just content to wait for, and you know, typically the longer it gets in the day, the more likely, much easier to make good decisions, you know, between the hours of 8 and now. Now I start to get really tired. I can get way too loose and force things. Got to be very careful during. But at the same time, I don't want to, you just never know when the trade is going to come. But you know, I mean, platinum. Still got a lot of resistance up in here for sure. But I'd like us to go a little higher. Let's look at crude. Yeah, crude, I think the squeeze is on, maybe. Finally. Euro. I think what I'm seeing is just there's a lot of cross currents today, which is why, you know, just being careful. A lot of cross currents. A lot of resistance here on ES. Got to get through, but I think there's also a lot of support down into 47.85. Yeah, I just can't. We look at the NASDAQ. We'll see what happens with the NASDAQ. I mean, it just punched through the highs. Sure looks like it wants to get up and through there, but who knows? The fact that it's at the highs and ES is lagging behind so much. And that's why I don't want to short metals right now, because I just think things just look like they're squeezing. And they're just defying rates for the time being, you know? I think if we, I don't know, but if we get a pullback on, this is the ES, you see we're in congestion here on the hourly. And the 4-hourly is still trending, so we'll see what happens. But you got a lot of support here on the ES at 47.80-ish. I mean, a lot. So I'm going to keep an eye on that level because I can't really, you know, bonds, I'm waiting for a short. The metals look kind of not really getting any clear signs there. Copper maybe a little higher. You have an enormous amount of support down into 47.84-ish. Yeah, crude's breaking through the highs of yesterday. Looks like it'll probably want to keep going. Yeah, I hope we get a chance to short bonds later. So are you home the whole week? Were you able to, that'd be cool if you got some time off. Yeah, that's nice. Good for you. And relax and recover and focus on your trading. Yeah, I'm just looking at this 4-hour chart here. I mean, I can't ignore, like, yeah, overall I'm bearish, but right now, the 4-hour chart, look at it. We are trending up. Sure, the trend might end, but it's just pretty solid and stable. So if the hourly closes down here and gives a good little pattern in congestion, I might have to buy ES, just with a little bit of risk, and it might explode, especially if the NASDAQ keeps going higher. I'm going to really keep an eye on this 47.80 to 47.84 level. I mean, we'll see. The Russell's just been, I mean, it's been dropping, but it's just not been easy to trade during the day. I mean, it's just not been a clean market. Sometimes there's a clean market, sometimes there's not. I mean, bonds are dropping. I mean, the 10-year getting smoked. But see, if that's also telling you something, if the 10-year, look, bonds are dropping, everything's dropping. If the stocks are rallying while bonds are dropping, that's because there's a squeeze going, which is great if you can get long the squeeze. I can't long bonds down here at all. I can't short bonds, so I can't do anything there. Gold is just not giving any, it's just not clear today. Silver is not clear. Copper, I don't mind up here. Not bad, but if the market's going to squeeze, I don't know if I want to be short copper. Platinum does have some resistance up here, but it's a pretty good 4-hour trend run so far. I don't know if I want to go against that. Yeah, well, you'll learn. Make a note that you should have held your UB short. You never know. Here is, dollar's getting a little stronger, but we don't know if that's going to continue. I think ES just looks to me like it's getting ready to push higher. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick, Steven. I'll leave ES for you. Yeah, I think, you know, just the ES is holding up remarkably well for the fact that bonds are dropping. Just keeping an eye on this because it'd be nice to get a this looks to me like it's setting up for congestion exit. Usually I don't take those trades because I probably won't take this either because you know, it's one of these catch-up trades, but gosh, I just have such a feeling like, look at the NASDAQ. It's just not slowing down. We are in a full-on trend day on the NASDAQ. So how are we going to be in a trend day on the NASDAQ and the S&P is not going to catch up? And it doesn't look like stocks today, you know, are paying attention to rates. I find that interesting. I think they just need to, they're just going to short squeeze a little higher. That's all. Yeah, NASDAQ is ripping. I might go long the S&P. I'm just waiting to see if we can, where we close this hour. I'm looking at the volume profile. And here's UB. It's tanking. I mean, the fact that bonds are just, yeah, you can do minis if you want. I'll let you know what I do. I might. I just, these bonds are just tanking. How are stocks? I think, you know what, with bonds tanking like this, the smarter trade is going to be short a metal. It's copper. Thing is, copper is the one that I want to short the most, but if ES squeezes, copper is squeezing with it. Yeah, exactly. Probably tomorrow. Well, no, I mean, they can stay. You can get these divergences for sometimes a couple of weeks, and those are good weeks to not lose money. The question to me is like, I mean, crude's going to the, I mean, everything looks. Well, if risk is on, which it looks like right now, but bonds are selling off, then gold should go down. Really? I mean, I might have to short gold. We'll see. Because, you know, right now risk is on. Things, you know, this exact moment, stocks are ripping higher, right? So if everybody wants to buy stocks and bonds are tanking, nobody should want to buy gold. Kind of my thoughts. I mean, if we can get a close this, if we can get a close here below 2017, you kind of got a similar pattern here. How many minutes we got? 2 minutes. Because like it just, if everybody's buying stocks and bonds are, I mean, bonds are just getting torched. I just don't see how gold is holding up. The dollar's still pretty strong. Maybe it's one of those buy everything days. Except bonds. If they're dumping bonds, they might want to buy gold for some safety, but if stocks are rallying, they shouldn't really want to. Yeah, I look at pockets on everything, absolutely. Yeah, they're fantastic on all time frames. Yeah, I don't know. Tough. Strange conditions. I'm glad to just be where we are on the day. I mean, what are bonds? UB 25, 24. Dollar still pretty strong. ES is back to 47.87. Yeah, it's a tricky trading day. Gold is not a bad short here, but it's not great either, so I'm not taking it. It's just, I could see it dropping, but the daily on gold is just not clear because we've already had this 2-bar slam. So, I mean, yeah, we could head lower, but just not clear today. I'm okay with it not being clear. I'm gonna look at ES. Okay, so I mean, NASDAQ is looking like it's off the highs now. And what if NASDAQ just starts dumping? Certainly could. There'll be a lot of people long up here. There'll be a lot of support at 17,080. Yeah, I think we might see, it's possible, Stephen. Not convinced yet, but bonds are going lower. I think gold's got a drop here too, but just tough trade. Just kind of watching, Steven. Yeah, it might be breaking down. A lot of people extra long up here potentially. There's a lot of people off sides here on the NASDAQ. Those rates are just plummeting. Just quiet, you guys, because I'm just watching. Because the NASDAQ's just been defying gravity all day, and rates are just going lower, lower, lower. This and especially when you have just trend up, trend up, trend up, trend up like this, and then if it reverses here, there's going to be a lot of longs that need to get out. So just keep an eye on it. See. I think I'm going to call it a day, Steven, because I just feel like it's been a good day and exercising caution. And I kind of just want to wait and see how things shape up for tomorrow. And I'll be keeping an eye on the markets myself while I eat dinner and spend time with the family. But yeah, I think that's going to be it, my friend. But it was a good day. And yeah, thanks for being here. And yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow. Just continue to navigate the seas of this, market that's kind of, I think overall very challenging. And I'm happy with the way things are going. Yeah, Thank you, my friend. Have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be in touch. Take care.